I had been planning this cabin trip for months. The idea of escaping the city, leaving behind the constant noise, the traffic, the people, felt like a promise of peace I desperately needed. I had chosen a small, remote cabin deep in the woods, miles from the nearest town. The cabin was old but sturdy, built of thick logs with a steep roof and a stone chimney. According to the listing, it had electricity, but the real appeal for me was its isolation. The road that led to it was a rough dirt path that narrowed as it wound deeper into the forest, and I liked that. I wanted to feel the kind of solitude that made you acutely aware of every sound, every shadow. I wanted a place that felt like the world had shrunk to just the trees and the sky and myself. The drive out of the city was long. I left in the late afternoon, hoping to reach the cabin by evening. At first, the roads were familiar, paved, lined with houses and shops. But gradually, the houses thinned, replaced by stretches of tall trees that leaned over the road, casting long shadows. The sunlight fell in broken patches on the asphalt, and I noticed the air felt cooler and fresher as I drove. My phone had already lost signal about 30 minutes before I hit the dirt road, and for the first time in weeks, I felt truly cut off. That unease, that tiny prickle at the base of my skull, I chose to ignore. It was part of the experience, I told myself. The dirt road was narrow, uneven, and riddled with potholes. I drove slowly, gripping the steering wheel tightly, aware of the steep drop on one side and the dense forest on the other. The car rattled over rocks, the suspension groaning with each bump. Branches scraped the sides, leaving faint scratches in the paint. I thought about turning back once, briefly, when I heard a snap behind me and a rustle in the trees, like some animal moving just out of sight, but I kept going. The isolation was part of the plan. I wanted to be alone. Finally, I saw it, the cabin. It was tucked into a small clearing, surrounded by towering pine trees, with a narrow stream running nearby. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, though I wasn't sure if it was from a previous visitor or just the remains of someone's fire left to smolder. I parked in the small dirt area in front, the tires crunching over loose gravel, and stepped out. The air smelled of wet earth and pine needles, a smell that immediately put me at ease. The cabin was more worn than the photos had suggested. The wood was darkened with age and weather, the porch sagging slightly in the middle. The windows were dusty, the glass smudged, but intact. I checked the door. It opened with some resistance, the old hinges groaning. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood, smoke, and a faint mustiness that came from being closed for long periods. The floor was uneven in places, the boards creaking as I walked. The furniture was simple: a small wooden table, a few chairs, a bed with a thin mattress, and a cast-iron stove in the corner. The kitchen area was tiny, with a small sink and a few shelves holding mismatched dishes. I spent the first hour unpacking, getting my things settled. I had brought enough food for several days, a few bottles of water, a small camping stove, and some firewood. The idea was to stay off the grid, to live simply, and to be alone with my thoughts. As I moved around, I noticed small details. A spider web in the corner of the ceiling, the faint scratches on the wooden door from animals or people long gone, a chip in the floorboard that revealed the natural grain of the log beneath. Each detail made the cabin feel more real, more lived in, and more isolated. By the time I finished unpacking, the sun was low, casting long shadows across the clearing. I built a fire in the stove, enjoying the warmth and the light it gave off, a comfort against the growing darkness outside. I ate a simple meal, nothing fancy, just something to keep me going. Afterward, I sat in one of the chairs, staring out the window at the forest. The trees swayed gently in the evening wind, the sound like whispers. Birds and small animals moved through the undergrowth, unseen but audible. The sky turned orange, then pink, then deep blue. The world seemed impossibly quiet out here, the kind of quiet that made you notice everything. The snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the faraway call of a bird. As night fell, I lit a few candles and moved to the bedroom. The darkness outside was absolute, swallowing the clearing in black. The cabin felt smaller now, more enclosed. I tried to focus on calming thoughts, on the peace I had come here to find. But there was a persistent feeling at the back of my mind, a tension I couldn't shake. It wasn't fear exactly. It was awareness, the kind you get when you are truly alone in a place where no one can see you, no one can hear you, and no one knows you are there. I fell asleep eventually, but it was a light sleep, interrupted by every sound outside. At some point, I woke to the sound of something moving near the cabin. It was faint at first, just a rustle, a shift in the wind, I told myself. But then I heard it again, sharper this time, like someone or something was moving deliberately in the trees. My heart started to race. I stayed still, listening. The sound stopped, then started again, closer. I got out of bed, careful not to make a sound, and moved toward the window. I peered out into the darkness, straining to see. The shadows were deep, the trees tall and dense. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure moving between them, but I couldn't be sure. I spent the next hour watching. Every snap of a branch, every shift of shadow made my heart jump. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a deer, maybe a raccoon, maybe the wind, but the feeling didn't go away. I was not afraid of the forest. I was afraid of being alone in it, of being vulnerable, of not knowing what was out there. I checked my phone again. No signal. The only way out was the dirt road, a long drive through darkness and isolation. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again, this time unmistakably close. Footsteps, soft, deliberate, on the dirt near the cabin. I froze, barely breathing. The shadows shifted as if someone was circling the clearing. I considered leaving, running into the forest to hide, but the thought of being caught in the dark, in unfamiliar terrain, terrified me more. I needed a plan. I grabbed a flashlight and a hatchet I had brought for firewood and moved cautiously to the front door. I locked it, double-checked the windows, then sat against the wall where I could see both the door and the window. Time stretched. Every minute felt like an hour. The sounds continued intermittently. A footstep here, a branch snapping there, but I couldn't see anything. I tried to keep track, to map the noises in my mind, but it was impossible. The forest was alive with shadows, hiding anything that might be out there. I reminded myself that it could be an animal, that I wasn't truly in danger, but my rational thoughts were under siege from my instincts. Eventually, just as dawn was breaking, the sounds stopped. The forest fell silent again, the kind of silence that makes your own heartbeat seem deafening. I stayed where I was for another hour, too exhausted and too scared to move. When I finally dared to look outside, the clearing was empty. There was no sign of anything unusual. No tracks, no disturbance, nothing. Just the morning light filtering through the trees, peaceful and indifferent. I spent the next day trying to shake off the tension. I checked the perimeter, looking for tracks or signs of someone having been there. The only footprints were mine. I strengthened the locks on the doors, arranged the firewood near the windows so I could see outside more easily, and kept the hatchet close at hand. I forced myself to eat, to move around, to maintain some sense of normalcy. Every shadow, every wind-blown branch still made my nerves jump, but I reminded myself that I had made it through the night. I had survived. The following night, I slept more restfully, though I kept a light on in the cabin and the hatchet within reach. I realized that the fear I had felt was not about the forest, not about animals, but about being utterly alone and exposed. It was the vulnerability that had terrified me. Once I accepted that I was responsible for my own safety, that I could take measures to protect myself, the fear became manageable. By the time the third day arrived, I had settled into a routine. I explored the surrounding area cautiously, staying within sight of the cabin. I collected water from the stream, gathered more firewood, and took photographs of the area, partly to remember the beauty and partly to keep myself occupied. Each activity reminded me that I was capable, that I could handle being alone, and that the forest, for all its mystery, was just a place with trees, animals, and weather, not some unknowable force. On the final day of my stay, I woke early to the sound of birds. The forest was alive with movement, but it no longer felt threatening. I packed my things carefully, checked the cabin one last time, and stepped outside. The sunlight was bright, the air crisp. I had been planning this cabin trip for months. I wanted to get away from everything. My job, my small apartment, the constant hum of the city. I needed silence, solitude, a place where I could think without distractions. The cabin I rented was far out in the mountains, reachable only by a rough dirt road that twisted and turned through dense forest. I arrived just before sunset, and the drive itself was nerve-wracking. The road was narrow and full of potholes with steep drops on one side. My old car struggled over the rocks and mud, and at one point, I had to stop and get out to check if I was going to make it. The forest around me was dense and dark, the trees towering like silent sentinels, and the wind was beginning to pick up, rustling the leaves in a way that felt alive. The cabin itself was small but solid, built from dark wood that looked almost black in the dim light. It had a stone chimney and a porch that ran the length of the front. Inside, the place smelled faintly of pine and old smoke, as though it had been closed up for a while. There was a wood-burning stove, a simple kitchen with the basics, and a living area with a few worn couches and a table. Upstairs was a loft with a bed, and the windows offered a view of the surrounding forest, which seemed endless. I spent a few minutes walking through it all, making sure the locks worked, checking the stove and getting a feel for the space. Night came quickly in the mountains, and soon I was sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee, staring into the darkness beyond the clearing. The air was cool and crisp, and the only sounds were the wind through the trees and the occasional snap of a branch. At first, it was peaceful, almost meditative. But as the darkness deepened, I started to feel a creeping unease. The forest no longer felt quiet. It felt watchful. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me jump slightly. I told myself it was just my imagination, that animals were moving around, but the feeling did not go away. I decided to go inside and light the stove. The warmth was comforting, and I started unpacking my things, laying out clothes, and getting my sleeping area ready. I had brought a few books, a notebook, and my laptop, thinking I might do some work or write, but mostly I wanted to just sit quietly. The fire crackled, and the cabin glowed softly, but even with the light and warmth, the shadows seemed to press against the walls. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself that being alone in the wilderness always felt like this at first. Around midnight, I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling. The wind had picked up even more, rattling the windows and whistling through the gaps in the cabin. Then I heard it, a faint, deliberate knock on the front door. My heart stopped. There was no one around for miles. I stayed perfectly still, listening. Another knock, a little louder this time. My mind raced through explanations. An animal? A branch hitting the door? But the sound was too deliberate, too controlled. I got up slowly, trying not to make a sound, and crept to the door. I peered through the small window next to it. Nothing. The darkness seemed absolute, as though the forest had swallowed everything whole. I opened the door a crack, just enough to look out. The clearing was empty. My car was parked where I had left it. No footprints, no shapes in the shadows. I closed the door and locked it again, my hands shaking. Sleep was impossible after that. Every noise made me tense. Every shadow seemed to move. I tried to read, tried to focus on something normal, but the forest outside seemed alive. I kept imagining figures moving between the trees, hearing the faintest whispers carried on the wind. It wasn't real, I told myself, but my body refused to relax. The next morning, I forced myself to go outside. The forest looked completely different in daylight, peaceful and still. Birds chirped, and sunlight filtered through the trees. I laughed at myself for being scared. It was probably just the isolation playing tricks on me. I walked around the clearing, checked my car, and tried to shake off the tension from the night before. I gathered firewood and made a larger fire in the stove, thinking that keeping busy would help me relax. That afternoon, I went for a short hike along a trail I had noticed when I drove in. The trail was narrow and winding, and the further I went, the more I noticed subtle signs that I wasn't alone. Broken branches, scuff marks on tree trunks, faint footprints in the dirt. At first, I assumed they were from animals, but then I saw something that made my stomach twist. A small pile of rocks stacked neatly, like a marker, in the middle of the trail. I froze. I didn't build it. Nobody had been on this trail for a long time. I turned back, my heart pounding, and went back to the cabin. That evening, I took extra precautions. I locked every door and window, made sure the fire was going, and kept a heavy stick by the bed. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, the sense of being watched didn't leave. Around midnight, I heard it again. A series of knocks, louder this time, coming from the porch. My first instinct was to call the police, but I had no signal. My phone was useless. The knocks continued, steady and deliberate. I grabbed my stick and approached the door slowly. Before I opened it, I noticed something strange. The firelight from the stove was casting long shadows, and the moon had risen, illuminating the clearing. In the moonlight, I could see footprints leading up to the porch, bare footprints. I froze. They were human, too big for an animal. Whoever had been here was still close. I closed the door quietly and backed away, my mind racing. I spent the rest of the night in the loft, wide awake, listening to every sound. I heard the wind, branches breaking, footsteps moving around the clearing. My mind couldn't stop imagining someone outside, waiting, watching. Sleep never came. The next day, I decided I had to leave. I packed my things quickly, my hands shaking. The forest in daylight seemed calm again, but I couldn't ignore the tracks, the piles of rocks, the feeling of being stalked. As I drove down the rough road, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was no one. The isolation had played tricks on me, but the signs I saw were real. I called the rental agency as soon as I reached cell service. I told them what happened, asked if anyone else had reported strange activity. They said the cabin had been empty for years, mostly rented to people wanting complete solitude. No reports of trespassers, no complaints. Just a quiet, isolated cabin in the forest. After that, I couldn't bring myself to return. The images stayed with me, the footprints, the knocks, the feeling of eyes in the dark. I realized that the forest, while beautiful and peaceful in daylight, could become terrifying in the isolation of night. I was lucky nothing worse happened. I took the experience as a reminder of how vulnerable humans are in the wilderness and how easily our minds can play tricks on us when alone. I never went back to that cabin, but I still think about it. The sense of fear, the loneliness, the realization that even in a safe-looking place, you can feel completely exposed. It stayed with me. I became more cautious about isolation, more aware of the signs around me. The cabin taught me a lesson. The wilderness is not always peaceful, and solitude can be both beautiful and frightening. I moved on, returned to my city life, but I carry that memory with me. And sometimes, when I see a dense forest, I remember the knocks on that door and the bare footprints leading up to the porch. I had been planning the trip for months. I had needed it more than I realized. A place far from the city, far from people, far from noise, a place where I could breathe without feeling someone's eyes on me. The cabin I found was tucked deep in the forest, on the edge of a small lake, the kind of place that only appeared on satellite images and word-of-mouth directions. The description made it sound perfect. Remote, rustic, surrounded by pines, and only accessible by a dirt road that most cars couldn't manage. I didn't care about the comfort. I wanted isolation, and I wanted it badly. The drive there was longer than expected. The highway ended abruptly, giving way to a narrow gravel road that twisted and turned through hills and dense woods. As the asphalt disappeared under the tires, the air seemed to grow heavier, smelling faintly of wet pine and mud. My phone lost signal almost immediately, leaving me alone with the hum of my car engine and the occasional rustle of unseen animals in the underbrush. I felt a thrill I couldn't explain, part excitement, part unease. When I finally reached the clearing where the cabin sat, it looked smaller than the pictures, more weathered, but still sturdy. Its wood was darkened with age, and the roof had patches that suggested repairs done by hand, not professionals. A chimney jutted up crookedly, and smoke curled lazily into the gray sky, though I knew no one was home. The lake behind it was almost perfectly still, reflecting the jagged treeline like a black mirror. I parked beside the cabin, my heart beating a little faster than usual. The place was beautiful, but there was an edge to it, something raw and indifferent. I unpacked slowly. The cabin smelled faintly of dust and old wood, with hints of dampness that reminded me of caves or cellars. There was a kitchen with a stove and an old refrigerator that hummed inconsistently. The main room had a table, a few chairs, and a small sofa, all covered in thin layers of dust. The bedroom was tiny, with a narrow bed and threadbare blankets. I placed my bag down, walking over to the windows to take in the forest. The trees stretched endlessly in every direction, tall and dark, and the lake glinted faintly in the late afternoon light. The first night fell silently. I lit the wood stove and stacked logs in a small pile beside it, listening to the soft hiss and crackle as the flames grew. Outside, the wind stirred the trees, making long shadows that stretched across the cabin walls. The sounds were unfamiliar but not threatening, just nature existing as it always had. I went to bed early, exhausted from the drive, and fell asleep to the occasional slap of wind against the cabin. I woke suddenly around midnight to a scraping sound. It was faint at first, almost like nails on wood, then more deliberate, heavier. My heart pounded in my chest. I lay still, straining to hear. The sound came again, outside the cabin, moving slowly around the structure. My first thought was an animal. Bears were common here, as were wolves. I had read warnings online about leaving food unsecured. I hoped it was nothing more than a raccoon or a deer. I stayed in bed, holding the blanket tightly around me, listening as the noise slowly faded. Sleep came reluctantly after that, in short, tense bursts. Morning brought clarity, but no relief. The cabin was untouched, nothing broken, no tracks near the doors. I stepped outside, breathing in the cool air, scanning the perimeter. Nothing, just trees, rocks, and the lake, calm as if nothing had stirred at all. I tried to convince myself that my imagination had gotten the better of me. Still, I was careful with my movements, making sure doors and windows were locked as I moved about the day. The next day, I decided to explore the forest surrounding the cabin. I packed a small bag with water, snacks, and a flashlight, thinking I would wander for an hour or two before returning. The forest was dense, and the undergrowth thick, making each step laborious. Birds called in the distance, but there were no other signs of life. After about 40 minutes, I came across a narrow trail that led down toward the lake's far side. The path was muddy and overgrown, and I hesitated before following it. Something about it seemed deliberate, as if it had been made for someone to pass through but not recently used. As I walked, I noticed marks on the trees. Deep scratches, vertical lines, fresh and raw. My stomach tightened. They were too tall for a deer or smaller animal, and the depth suggested strength. I turned back, uneasy, feeling exposed. The forest felt alive, in a way that made me want to run, but I reminded myself I was careful. I kept moving slowly, listening for any more sounds, any indication of life. When I returned to the cabin, the sun was lower, the shadows stretching long across the ground. I noticed for the first time that something had changed. The front door, which I had locked that morning, was slightly ajar. My pulse spiked. I didn't hear anyone. I didn't see footprints. Nothing had been taken, but someone or something had been inside. Panic rolled through me, thick and suffocating. I quickly checked every room, making sure no one was hiding, every closet, every shadowed corner. Empty. I spent the rest of the day in a strange, jittery state. I reinforced the locks, jammed logs against the doors, and kept a hatchet close by. The wind outside sounded different now, sharper, like it was moving with intention. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle in the underbrush, made me flinch. I stayed by the window, peering into the darkness, convinced I would see something. Hours passed slowly, the night stretching endlessly. I dozed in short bursts, waking to check the doors every 15 minutes. On the third day, I decided I couldn't stay passive. I couldn't sit in the cabin waiting for someone or something to return. I needed a plan, and I needed to understand my surroundings better. I took my car and drove carefully back toward the main road, checking every shadow, every curve in the dirt road. The forest seemed endless, oppressive, as if it were pressing down on me. Eventually, I reached the first sign of civilization. A small, abandoned ranger station, empty but intact. I found a map inside, showing trails, hunting zones, and small lakes. I memorized the area near the cabin, noting escape routes, high points, and clearings. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed subtle signs that someone had been around. Footprints in the soft dirt by the back door, fresh this time, but not human. They were too wide, irregular, and the depth suggested weight. Fear and caution wrestled inside me. I realized I wasn't just imagining things. I was being watched, tracked. But by what? Person? An animal? Something else? Rational thought argued that it had to be human. Wild animals didn't move in that way, didn't check doors, didn't leave scratches on the walls. I spent the next day securing everything. I nailed boards over the windows that felt vulnerable, reinforced the door frame with whatever I could find, and made a small stockpile of water and food in case I needed to hide for days. I set traps around the cabin, not lethal, just noise traps with tin cans on strings, so any approach would alert me. Every shadow made me jump. Every distant sound of breaking twigs made me freeze. I had never felt so alone and simultaneously so aware of every tiny detail. That night, the sound came again. Scraping, dragging, soft but deliberate. I didn't move. I waited. Hours passed. I kept my flashlight ready, illuminating the windows whenever a movement crossed the edges of the beams. Eventually, the noise stopped, but the tension lingered, heavy and relentless. I didn't sleep again. I stayed alert, every sense strained. By the fourth day, I realized I couldn't just wait indefinitely. I needed to leave, but the road was long, and any movement could draw attention. I packed only what was necessary: water, food, the flashlight, my bag. I left the cabin as quietly as I could, checking the perimeter for traps or indicators of presence. Everything seemed normal, but the tension in my body told me otherwise. As I made my way down the dirt road toward the main highway, I heard the snapping of branches behind me, too deliberate to be random. My heart raced. I broke into a run, my legs pumping, mud spraying, the sound of pursuit close enough to make my pulse hammer. The road stretched ahead, twisting and narrow, but the trees were thinner here, giving glimpses of the sky. I reached my car, breathless, mud streaked across my clothes. The engine turned over with a roar, and I sped away, glancing in the rearview mirror at the forest receding into darkness. For miles, I saw no signs of pursuit, nothing to suggest someone or something had followed me out. But the unease never left, the sense that I had been seen, watched, and that the forest itself had absorbed the memory of me being there. By the time I reached the nearest town, exhausted, shaking, I had been looking forward to this trip for months. Life had been overwhelming. Long hours at work, endless emails, bills that never seemed to stop piling up, and the constant noise of the city that followed me everywhere I went. The idea of disappearing into the woods for a week, leaving behind my phone, my obligations, and the constant pressure, felt like a necessary lifeline. I rented a small cabin deep in the forest, somewhere far enough that I could truly be alone, yet close enough that emergency help was not completely impossible. The listing had promised isolation, a small lake nearby, and a sense of untouched nature. Everything about it felt perfect on paper. The drive there had been longer than I expected. My GPS led me through winding roads that narrowed to single lanes, with trees forming thick walls on either side. The forest seemed dense, almost suffocating, and the further I drove, the quieter everything became. Birds chirped occasionally, but the usual background hum of traffic, construction, and life faded with every mile. By the time I reached the final stretch, a dirt road barely wide enough for my car, The sun was already low, casting long shadows that twisted across the forest floor. I remembered thinking that the way the trees leaned over the road made it feel like they were closing in, as if they didn't want me to go further. It was an eerie feeling, the kind you notice in your chest more than your eyes. The cabin was exactly as advertised, though smaller than I had imagined. A simple wooden structure with a stone chimney, a small porch, and windows that reflected the last of the fading sunlight. I parked the car, grabbed my bags, and stepped onto the porch. The air was cooler here, sharper, smelling of pine, wet leaves, and the dampness that comes with deep forest soil. I unlocked the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The interior was rustic but cozy. A small kitchen with a stove and sink, a table with 2 chairs, a wood-burning fireplace, and a bedroom off to the side with a narrow bed. Everything smelled faintly of wood polish and dampness, as if the cabin had been scrubbed clean before my arrival but had absorbed the forest around it. I unpacked slowly, savoring the silence. No cars, no distant voices, no drones or airplanes overhead. Just the soft whisper of the wind through the trees, the occasional bird call, and the quiet settling of the forest around me. I prepared a simple dinner, canned soup heated on the stove, bread I had brought with me, and sat at the table to eat. Every bite felt calmer than anything I had eaten in months. The tension in my shoulders began to ease. After dinner, I decided to take a walk around the cabin, wanting to see the lake I had been told was nearby. The path leading from the cabin was narrow, overgrown, and lined with tall pines that blocked most of the remaining sunlight. The further I walked, the quieter it became. It was as if the forest swallowed all sound, leaving only my footsteps and the occasional snap of a twig. When I finally reached the edge of the lake, I froze. The lake was small, surrounded by trees that dipped into the water, making the edges dark and shadowy. The surface was smooth, reflecting the sky, now turning to twilight, and the forest behind me. I could see nothing else, no other cabins, no people, no signs of civilization. The beauty of it was almost too much. It felt untouched, perfect, and entirely mine. I sat on a fallen log near the water's edge, listening to the faint ripple of water as it shifted in the evening breeze. It was peaceful, but there was a quiet, underlying tension I couldn't shake. I returned to the cabin as darkness fully set in. I lit the fireplace and settled in, reading by the flickering light. Hours passed, and the silence of the night wrapped around me like a blanket. Occasionally, I would hear a branch snap far off in the forest or the distant rustle of an animal moving through the leaves. I told myself it was nothing. Deer, raccoons, squirrels. But the occasional twitch in my stomach reminded me that I was alone, truly alone. I went to bed early, exhausted from the drive and the walk. The bed creaked under me, the thin blankets not quite enough to keep the chill out. I tried to sleep, but every sound, the wind rattling the cabin, a distant bird, a strange groan from a tree bending in the wind, kept me partially awake. It was one of those nights where you lie still, waiting for sleep, but your mind refuses to stop noticing everything around you. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a sound that immediately set my heart racing. A series of deliberate, heavy thumps against the cabin walls. Not the wind, not the tree branches. Something solid, something moving outside. I froze, listening. There was a pause, then another thump, closer this time. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Could it be a bear? Too loud, too methodical. Maybe a large animal, a moose, but the way it hit the walls felt intentional. I didn't move, barely breathing, trying to hear if it was moving around the cabin. I remembered the emergency number, the fact that my phone had reception in some parts of the forest, but it was charging downstairs in the kitchen. Panic rose in my chest, but I forced myself to stay calm. I told myself it could be an animal. Maybe it was just curious. I waited. The thumping stopped. Silence again. My heartbeat slowed slightly, but the tension remained. I didn't sleep again that night, lying awake until dawn, staring at the dark ceiling. Morning brought relief. The sun pierced through the trees, lighting the cabin with warm, golden beams. I opened the door cautiously and stepped onto the porch. Nothing. The forest looked the same as it had the day before. I inspected the perimeter. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing that suggested someone or something had been there. I tried to convince myself it had been my imagination, stress, maybe even a dream. I spent the day exploring the area, taking in the lake, the small trails, and the dense forest. I felt safer in daylight, though there was still an underlying awareness that I couldn't shake. By the evening, I was more relaxed. I built a fire in the fireplace, cooked, and finally allowed myself to feel a bit at ease. The second night was quieter, though still tense. Around midnight, I woke again, this time to the sound of footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate pacing back and forth. Not thumps, not animal sounds. Human footsteps. My stomach dropped. I tried to convince myself it was someone passing by, a hiker maybe, but the remote location made that impossible. My phone was still charging downstairs. I grabbed the small flashlight I had brought and crept to the window. Outside, the shadows shifted, but I saw nothing. The footsteps stopped. I could hear nothing but my own breathing. I realized I needed a plan. Staying inside, defenseless, seemed wrong. I remembered that the cabin had an old hunting rifle left behind by the previous renter. I had noticed it in the corner when I arrived but hadn't paid much attention. Now I was glad I had. I retrieved it, checked that it was loaded, and kept it near me as I sat by the fireplace, the flashlight scanning the windows. I felt ridiculous, but I also felt a sense of control I hadn't had the night before. The next day, I made a decision. I would explore more of the surroundings, make sure I understood the terrain, and perhaps spot anything suspicious before night fell again. I hiked carefully, marking the trail so I could return quickly. I noticed small signs, footprints that didn't belong to any animal I recognized, flattened grass, broken twigs, not far from the cabin. My stomach sank. Whoever or whatever had been outside, it wasn't gone. It had been here during the day as well, observing, moving silently. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin and decided to leave the next morning, even though my reservation was for a full week. The idea of staying another night alone, knowing someone might be watching, was unbearable. I packed everything meticulously, double-checked the doors and windows, and spent the night on high alert, alternating between the fireplace, flashlight, and the rifle by my side. Morning finally arrived. I stepped outside, scanning the forest with the daylight helping my vision. Nothing moved. I loaded my bags into the car and started the engine, feeling a small relief with every mile I drove away from the cabin. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror at the thick forest behind me, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching me. No one appeared. The sun was higher, the birds louder, and the forest seemed less menacing in daylight. By the time I reached the main road, civilization returned slowly, signs of houses, passing cars, and the hum of electricity in the distance. I felt myself exhale fully for the first time in 2 days. The experience had been terrifying, but I was safe. I realized later that the tension, the unknown, and the isolation had played tricks on my mind, but there was always a real possibility that someone had been watching, taking advantage of the remoteness. I hadn't found out exactly what had caused the noises, the footsteps, or the... The sun was dipping low behind the thick line of pines as I drove up the dirt road toward the cabin. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks, an escape from the constant noise of the city, a break from the work that never seemed to stop. The road was rough, pitted with small craters and lined with overgrown bushes that occasionally scratched the sides of the truck as I carefully navigated through. I kept the windows slightly down, letting in the smell of damp earth and pine needles, the air cool and sharp compared to the staleness I had left behind. I had loaded the cabin with supplies for a week, enough food, water, and firewood to survive comfortably. The thought of sitting by a fire, reading, and simply being alone in the woods was incredibly appealing. I thought I was prepared, but the woods have a way of humbling you quickly, and I would learn that the hard way. The cabin itself was modest but sturdy. Made of old timber and stone, it blended naturally into the landscape, almost as if it had grown from the earth itself. It had a single room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove, and a loft for sleeping. There was no electricity, no running water, and no cell service past a certain point along the road. For me, this was perfect. I needed silence, needed to disconnect. But there was something about the isolation that made me feel simultaneously free and exposed, as though the trees themselves were watching and the forest floor was absorbing every sound I made. I spent the first few hours unpacking, stacking firewood neatly by the stove, organizing food in the small pantry, and checking the windows and doors to ensure they closed tightly. The evening fell quickly, and I lit a fire in the stove, the warmth and light spilling into the room, softening the shadows that clung to the corners. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, and the occasional rustle of leaves suggested animals moving in the underbrush. I told myself it was all normal, the way the forest breathed and lived. I made a small dinner, simple things: canned beans heated over the stove, bread, a bottle of water, and ate slowly, savoring the quiet. As the night deepened, the darkness outside became more absolute. The only illumination came from the firelight, flickering across the walls, casting long, strange shapes that reminded me how little I actually knew about this place. Sleep did not come easily. Lying in the loft, I could hear branches creaking against the cabin walls, and the wind carrying faint noises from far beyond. At first, I tried to rationalize everything. An animal, a branch falling, the natural sounds of the forest. But as the hours wore on, I began to notice patterns that didn't make sense. Footsteps on the gravel outside, too deliberate to be a deer or raccoon. The sound of something scraping gently along the siding. I stayed perfectly still, straining my ears, heart pounding. I thought of locking the doors, but I had already checked. They were secure. Still, the feeling of being watched persisted. My mind, alone and under the influence of isolation, started spinning small fears into larger ones. I tried to sleep, but every creak and crack in the cabin made my body tense. By morning, I was exhausted. The light filtering through the trees felt almost hostile in its brightness. I made coffee on the stove, trying to settle my nerves. The forest was alive with birds and small animals now, and I tried to convince myself that nothing had happened, that I was simply on edge. But when I stepped outside to check the perimeter, I noticed something odd. The ground around the cabin had footprints that I had not made. They were muddy, human, and led from the tree-line to the edge of the porch and back into the woods. I froze, staring at them, trying to remember if I had unconsciously walked outside in the middle of the night. But the impressions were too fresh, too deliberate. Whoever or whatever had been here had left no other signs, no broken branches, no disturbed brush beyond the path they had taken. I debated leaving immediately, but the nearest town was over 2 hours away. The road was treacherous, particularly with the morning dew and loose gravel. I decided to stay, but my every movement was tense, my senses heightened. I checked the locks on the doors and windows again, even though I knew they were solid. I spent the day in the cabin, chopping wood, organizing food, and attempting to focus on mundane tasks, all the while glancing nervously at the tree line. Every crack, every snap of a branch set my heart racing. As evening came, the noises started again. Footsteps, this time accompanied by a dragging sound, as if someone had a bag or piece of equipment. I could hear breathing, uneven, shallow, and deliberate. I moved to the far side of the cabin, grabbing the small hatchet I kept in the kitchen for emergencies, and crouched near the door. The fire was low now, shadows dancing across the walls in strange, shifting forms. I listened for hours, too tense to sleep, waiting, imagining, fearing. Then, I heard the first sound that made my blood run cold. Tapping. Not on the door, not on a window, but on the wooden siding itself. Slow, deliberate, spaced out, almost like a rhythm.
Top purser.
I realized that whoever or whatever was outside was moving around the cabin, inspecting it, perhaps testing it. I could feel the vibrations through the floor, small but distinct. My mind raced through possibilities. Lost hikers, vandals, criminals, someone with ill intent. But rational thought offered little comfort. I was alone in a remote place, and the person outside had already found me. I spent the night holding the hatchet, listening. Every sound was amplified: the wind, the trees, the distant calls of animals. At one point, I thought I heard a voice whispering, but it could have been the wind. My anxiety made my mind invent things, but I could not shake the idea that someone had been near the cabin before, someone who might come back. Sleep was impossible. The next morning, I decided I needed to act. I could not stay passive, especially since I could not call for help. I checked the perimeter carefully, and then I went into the woods a short distance with my truck keys and a small knife, trying to find tracks to understand who or what was around. The footprints were still there, but there was no one in sight. I marked them with stones to see if they moved overnight, and then returned to the cabin, securing it as best I could. The tension was unbearable, but I focused on practicalities. Keeping the fire going, checking supplies, maintaining a mental log of sounds and movements. Over the next few days, the presence outside became more distinct. I began noticing small items left near the porch. A water bottle that had not been there before, a piece of rope, and even a small, crudely made figure of sticks. Whoever was there was watching me, studying me, perhaps to intimidate or provoke. I took care not to leave the cabin unattended for long, and I reinforced the doors with extra furniture and tightened all windows. I tried to leave during daylight, but every time I approached the truck, movement in the woods made me freeze. I could feel eyes on me constantly. By the 5th day, I had devised a plan. I could not wait for this to escalate. I cleaned the cabin meticulously, moved the furniture to reinforce the doors, and set up simple noise traps. Small cans that would fall if someone approached. I also positioned myself near a window with the hatchet and a small flashlight. I was determined to remain calm, to think clearly. That night, the tapping returned, but this time it was accompanied by heavier sounds. Footsteps in the gravel, rustling near the side window. I waited, heart racing, and then a shadow moved into view. I swung the flashlight quickly and shouted as loudly as I could, banging the hatchet against the wall. The figure froze, then fled into the trees. I could hear rapid footsteps retreating, disappearing into the distance. The next morning, I made a decision. I packed only essential supplies and prepared the truck for the journey back. I stayed alert, scanning the tree line constantly as I drove down the road. Every sound kept me on edge, but the day was bright, and I finally reached the paved highway. The sense of relief was overwhelming. I stopped at a gas station, called the local authorities, and reported everything: the footprints, the objects left outside, and the figure I had seen. They promised to check the area, though they warned me that the forest is vast and people often go unnoticed. Still, I felt vindicated for at least telling someone. Returning home, I tried to process the experience. I realized that isolation amplifies fear, that the woods are neutral but can feel hostile when someone else with ill intent is involved. I had learned the importance of preparation, vigilance, and calm thinking under pressure. The incident left me shaken, but I also felt a sense of accomplishment. I had survived, had maintained clarity, and had protected myself with nothing but practical means. Over time, the memory of the cabin became less vivid, though still sharp in my mind. I never returned to that place, choosing instead to seek solitude in safer locations. I invested in security systems for future trips, and I made sure to inform friends about my plans whenever I went into remote areas. The experience had been terrifying, I had planned this trip for months, quietly building it in my mind as a chance to get away from everything. The city, the work, the constant hum of people and traffic, the never-ending messages and notifications that made me feel like I was always living inside someone else's expectations. The idea of a cabin in the remote woods, with no one around for miles, sounded perfect. The thought of sitting in silence, listening to the wind in the trees, and having nothing but my own thoughts for company was intoxicating. I told myself I would take only what I needed, no distractions, just me and the wilderness. I was excited, though there was a low, nagging feeling in the back of my mind. A tiny pulse of unease that I quickly brushed off as the anticipation and nerves that always came before a real adventure. The drive to the cabin was long, much longer than I expected. The map made it look simple. A few hours of highway, then a turn onto a gravel road that wound through the hills. The last stretch, however, was far more isolated than I had imagined. Trees grew dense on both sides, and the road narrowed until it was barely wide enough for a single car. The sunlight was fading, and the shadows of the trees stretched across the path, darkening quickly. At some point, I realized that there wasn't a single house in sight for miles, just the occasional sign of logging or old, abandoned machinery overgrown with weeds. When I finally reached the cabin, the sight of it made my stomach tighten. It was an old structure, built of dark wood that had aged unevenly, some panels warped or cracked from years of exposure. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the windows were grimy and clouded. There was no electricity, of course, and the only visible source of light would be what I brought in, or a fire in the old stone fireplace. The cabin sat in a small clearing, surrounded by dense forest, and I could see a thin trail leading down a slight incline into the woods. Beyond that, I had no idea what lay ahead. The first thing I did was unpack my car, taking only the essentials: sleeping bag, food supplies, water, and a few candles and lanterns. I set the lantern on the kitchen counter, tested it to make sure it worked, and began to explore the cabin. The inside smelled faintly of mildew, dust, and something more subtle, wood that had sat untouched for years. The floor creaked beneath my weight, and the small kitchen had old, rusted utensils that I decided I wouldn't bother using. I made a mental note to clean what I would use later. As the sun set, the cabin became a different place. The shadows seemed deeper, and every small noise, the wind moving through the trees, the distant rustle of leaves, sounded louder. I lit the fireplace, and the small flame flickered, casting warm light that made the shadows dance. I cooked a simple meal, just canned beans and bread, and sat at the small wooden table to eat. It was quiet, almost painfully so, and I realized I had never experienced silence like this before. The kind where your own heartbeat and breathing feel amplified, where every creak and whisper of wind seems suspicious, as if the world itself is holding its breath. That first night was uneasy. I tried to sleep, but the noises outside kept me awake. The wind sounded like it was moving through the cabin itself, though I knew it wasn't possible. Small branches scraped against the windows, and every so often, something would thump softly against the side of the house. I told myself it was animals, deer, raccoons, maybe a bear moving through the underbrush. But even when I convinced myself it was normal, I couldn't shake the sense that I was being watched. I could not see anyone, could not hear anyone, yet I felt eyes on me, lingering in the darkness. I finally fell asleep in the chair near the fireplace, exhausted and tense, knowing I had hours ahead before dawn. The next morning, I woke to gray light filtering through the grimy windows. I stepped outside to stretch, the cold biting my skin, and took in the surrounding forest. It was quiet, except for the occasional bird, and I felt an odd mix of relief and lingering unease. I decided to explore the trail I had seen, following it into the woods. The path was narrow and uneven, roots and rocks jutted from the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. I kept my backpack light, carrying water, a knife, and a small first aid kit, knowing that any injury here could become serious very quickly. As I walked deeper, the forest grew denser. The trees were older, taller, and the canopy blocked much of the light. I noticed the absence of sounds I expected. No rustle of small animals, no insects buzzing. Even the wind seemed muted here. It was a quiet that pressed on me, an almost physical weight. I continued walking, trying to convince myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on me. But then I noticed footprints. Not my own, not recent ones, but faint, older impressions in the soft earth. Human footprints. My stomach sank. I hadn't expected anyone else to be here, and the thought that someone could be nearby unsettled me more than anything else. I followed the trail further, eventually reaching a small creek. The water was clear, moving fast over smooth stones, and I knelt to drink some from my water bottle. I considered turning back, but curiosity pressed me onward. The forest opened into a small clearing, overgrown with tall grass and weeds, and in the middle stood the remains of another cabin, half collapsed and rotten. The sight was eerie, and I could see signs of past habitation. Rusted tools, remnants of furniture, broken glass. Whoever had lived here left long ago, but the sense of abandonment weighed heavily. The shadows seemed to move differently here, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was intruding on someone else's space. I stayed near my own cabin that evening, setting extra candles around the perimeter and double-checking the locks on the doors. I ate a light meal and tried to keep myself busy, chopping small pieces of wood for the fireplace and organizing my supplies. Night fell quickly, and I felt more nervous than the previous evening. Every small noise, the scrape of a branch against the wall, a sudden rustle outside, made my heart jump. Around midnight, I heard something different. A faint, deliberate sound, like someone walking through the underbrush just beyond the tree line. My first instinct was to tell myself it was an animal, but the rhythm of the steps was too deliberate, too heavy, to be a deer or raccoon. I grabbed the flashlight from my backpack, holding it in one hand and the small knife in the other, and stepped carefully to the edge of the clearing. I swept the beam across the trees, but saw nothing. No movement, no shape, just shadows shifting in the wind. And yet, I could feel it, the presence. Something was out there, watching, moving quietly. I forced myself to return to the cabin, bolting the door and sitting near the fireplace again. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake, listening, heart hammering, waiting for the sound of someone, or something, to come closer. The next morning, I found signs outside my cabin. Small footprints in the dirt around the back porch, barely visible but unmistakable. They were fresh. Someone had been here in the night. My stomach twisted, and I felt both fear and disbelief. I was completely isolated. There was no one nearby for miles, and the nearest town was hours away. I had no cell signal, and the only help I could reach was unreachable. Panic threatened to take over, but I forced myself to think logically. Whoever it was, they could not have seen me yet, and the woods provided plenty of cover. I gathered my supplies, checking my water, food, and lanterns, preparing for the possibility of needing to leave quickly. I spent the day cautiously patrolling around the cabin, making note of the trees, the trail, and the creek, trying to map the area in my mind in case I needed to move unseen. I noticed small signs of habitation I had missed before. Broken twigs arranged strangely, small piles of stones and patterns, all subtle enough that I might have overlooked them if I hadn't been looking closely. It was clear now that someone had been watching the cabin for some time, moving quietly, deliberately, leaving traces but never revealing themselves fully. My mind raced with possibilities, all of them dangerous. Night fell again, and I decided not to light the fireplace this time. I didn't want to make the cabin inviting or to draw attention. I sat in the darkest corner of the main room, flashlight off, listening to every small noise. Hours passed, each one heavier than the last. Around 2 a.m., I heard the softest scrape near the back door. My heart jumped violently. The sound stopped, then continued a few moments later, closer this time, then stopped again. My breathing was loud in my own ears, and I tried to slow it. I realized then that I had to make a choice. Staying put was dangerous. Someone was clearly observing, possibly planning. Leaving the cabin was equally dangerous, but remaining invisible and moving quickly offered the only chance of reaching safety. I packed my essentials into my backpack, slipping a small hatchet into the side pocket, and opened the back door quietly. The cold air hit me sharply, and I froze. I had been planning the cabin trip for months. I needed to get away from the city, from the constant noise, the endless movement, the unrelenting pressure of work, and the small, pressing responsibilities that seemed to pile up like bricks I could never lift. I found a cabin online, a small, old structure in the middle of a dense forest several hours from the nearest town. The pictures showed a wooden cabin with a tin roof, surrounded by pine trees, a small creek running close by, and a dirt path winding through the forest to the property. It looked isolated, and that's exactly what I wanted. I was hoping for silence, for emptiness, for nothing but the sound of the wind through the trees and the occasional bird. I drove through winding roads that grew narrower and rougher the further I went. At first, the trees were spaced widely apart, and I could see patches of sunlight falling on the road, the branches bending slightly under the weight of early morning frost. Gradually, the forest thickened, the road became uneven, and the asphalt gave way to dirt and gravel. The forest was alive with subtle movement, the rustling of leaves, the occasional snap of a branch, and the distant caw of a crow. I kept the windows down even though the air was cold, wanting to feel the isolation and hear the forest breathing around me. The cabin wasn't easy to find. There were no signs, no markers, just a map I had printed from an old website, and a GPS that occasionally lost signal as I drove deeper into the woods. Every turn and every fork in the road felt like it could lead me nowhere, or worse, in circles. When I finally saw the cabin, relief washed over me. It was small, made of dark, weathered wood with a stone chimney rising from the back. The tin roof reflected the pale light of the morning sun, and smoke curled faintly from the chimney, though I couldn't see anyone there. The porch creaked under my boots as I stepped out of the car, and I noticed immediately that there was no electricity. No power lines were visible, only the thick wall of trees around the clearing. I set my bag down and walked around the cabin, inspecting it. The windows were dusty, the door solid but old, with rust forming around the hinges. The entire place smelled of damp wood, old pine, and the faint, lingering scent of smoke from a previous fire in the fireplace. It was exactly the escape I wanted, though the solitude already started to press against me with an unusual weight. The inside was simple and rough. Wooden floors, low ceilings, a small fireplace, and one main room with a bed in the corner. A few shelves held basic cooking tools and canned food, but everything else would be up to me. I opened the windows to let in the air, noticing how silent it was compared to the city. There was only the occasional rustle outside, the wind brushing through the trees, and the soft gurgle of the creek nearby. I unpacked slowly, placing items neatly, trying to make the place feel more like a temporary home. As I worked, I felt a subtle unease. It was hard to describe, not fear exactly, but a creeping awareness that I was not entirely alone. The forest was alive, not with people, but with life that could move quietly, almost invisibly. That first night was strange. I built a fire in the fireplace, the wood crackling and snapping, sending sparks up the chimney. Outside, the darkness pressed close. Without electricity or artificial light, the forest felt infinite and thick, black against the flicker of the fire. I felt restless, imagining things I could barely see at the edge of my vision. Shadows between trees, the occasional glint of eyes reflecting moonlight. I told myself it was the mind playing tricks, but I didn't sleep well. Every small noise, every snap of a branch, sounded amplified in the quiet. I stayed awake for hours, staring at the flames, listening to the world outside. The next day, I decided to explore the surrounding forest. The trees were tall, straight, and close together, forming a near impenetrable wall in some places. The forest floor was thick with fallen pine needles, broken branches, and moss. I walked for hours, keeping close to the creek, following it as it wound through the trees. It was beautiful, peaceful even, but the sense of isolation was growing heavier. There were no other humans, no paths that clearly led anywhere, only the twisting, natural trails formed by animals and the creek itself. Around noon, I realized I had walked further than I intended and didn't recognize any landmarks. The creek curved in a way I didn't remember, and the sun was starting to lower, casting long shadows that made the forest feel denser. I turned back, trying to retrace my steps, but everything looked the same. Every tree was the same, every shadow stretched in ways that disoriented me. By the time I made it back to the cabin, my legs were sore, my clothes damp with sweat and dew, and I felt a deep, bone-tired relief at seeing the familiar clearing. Over the next 2 days, I settled into a rhythm. I chopped wood, fetched water from the creek, and tried to maintain a sense of normalcy. But the forest seemed to grow stranger. At night, the sounds of the animals increased. Branches snapping, leaves rustling in ways that made me freeze and listen carefully. I could hear the occasional low growl, the shifting weight of something moving quietly through the underbrush. I would check the windows, shine a flashlight into the darkness, and see nothing but trees. I told myself it was deer, maybe a fox, or even a raccoon. The forest was full of life, and I had no reason to fear it. But the feeling didn't go away. I could feel eyes on me sometimes, just at the edge of my perception, and the hair on my neck would rise. I began sleeping lightly, one eye open, one ear listening for movement outside. On the fourth night, the incident happened. I had gone to bed early, the fire almost out, the room dark except for the weak glow of embers. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it, a sound at first soft, almost imperceptible, a scraping, dragging noise on the outside porch. My heart began to race. I froze, listening. The sound stopped, then started again, slower, deliberate. Something was outside, close. I grabbed a flashlight and shined it toward the window. Nothing. I shined it toward the porch. Still nothing. I thought about the door. It was solid but old. The lock had seen better days. I had left the window slightly open earlier, but I doubted anything could get in that way. I told myself it was a raccoon, a deer, or maybe a branch caught in the wind. I tried to calm down, but I couldn't. The sound was coming closer, now clearly on the porch itself, heavy, deliberate, moving in steps. Something big, something heavier than an animal. I considered leaving, running to my car, but the thought of stepping into the dark forest, not knowing what might be out there, made me hesitate. I stayed in the cabin, flashlight in hand, scanning every corner of the dark. The noise stopped as abruptly as it started. The silence that followed was worse than the sound itself. I waited, barely breathing, listening to the faint hiss of the dying fire. Hours passed. I thought I heard movement again, but it was my imagination. Surely. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell into a restless sleep. When morning came, I left the cabin immediately, circling it, checking the perimeter. There was nothing. No footprints, no marks, no evidence that anyone had been there. Only the ordinary forest, quiet and empty, and the faint traces of animal life. Over the next day, I fortified the cabin. I checked the locks, closed all windows, stacked extra wood by the door to block any entrance. I made sure to carry a knife with me whenever I stepped outside. The forest felt different now, heavier, more oppressive. Every noise, every shadow seemed amplified. I could feel eyes following me, whether from humans or animals I didn't know. I began marking trails when I explored, making small scratches on trees and noting landmarks so I wouldn't get lost again. I stayed on high alert at all times, moving quietly, keeping to areas I knew. My sleep was shallow, my nerves taut, and I felt constantly drained. The isolation, which I had craved, had become almost unbearable. On the 6th night, I was on the porch, checking the surroundings one last time before bed. The moon was thin and barely lit the clearing, but I could see the trees beyond. That's when I heard it again. Footsteps, heavier than before, slow, deliberate. My heart pounded. I grabbed the knife, and this time I didn't hesitate. I opened the door quickly, stepping onto the porch with the flashlight and knife raised. The sound came from the edge of the clearing, and I caught movement. A figure, human, crouched low, moving slowly between the trees. Whoever it was had to be following me, tracking my movements. Fear surged, but so did determination. I didn't wait. I ran back into the cabin, locked every door, blocked windows with furniture, and grabbed my phone. Miraculously, there was a signal, a weak one, but enough to call the police. I stayed on the line. I had planned the trip for weeks, and everything about it had seemed perfect at first. The cabin was remote, isolated in a thick, dense forest several hours from the nearest town. I had rented it online, trusting the photos and the sparse description. A small, sturdy wooden structure with basic amenities, a lake nearby, and trails that led deep into the woods. The idea was simple: escape the city for a week, disconnect, and just be alone with nature. I wasn't looking for adventure, just silence and a break from the constant noise of life. I arrived just before sunset, my car crunching over the gravel driveway that led to the cabin. The forest was already darkening, the trees standing tall and ominous, their long shadows stretching across the clearing. At first glance, the cabin seemed unremarkable. The wooden exterior was weathered, the paint faded, but solid. There was a small porch with a single rocking chair, and the lake behind it glinted faintly in the fading light. I unloaded my backpack and supplies, taking in the smell of wet pine and earth, a smell that was strangely calming despite the growing unease in the back of my mind. Inside, the cabin was modest but functional. There was a small kitchen, a tiny living area with a sofa, a wood stove, and 2 bedrooms. Everything was dusty, but clean enough. I set my bag down, unpacked my clothes, and started a small fire in the stove. It felt comforting to hear the crackle of the logs and see the warm glow filling the dim space. The sun was gone by the time I went outside to take in the lake. The water was still, almost mirror-like, reflecting the dense forest surrounding it. The only sounds were the occasional bird calling in the distance and the rustle of leaves as the wind passed through the trees. The first night was quiet. I slept in one of the bedrooms, the mattress lumpy but adequate, and for a while, I felt that sense of relief and escape I had been craving. But as the night deepened, small noises began to gnaw at my calm. The cabin groaned as the wind picked up, and the walls seemed to creak with every gust. The sound of something brushing against the windows made my heart race. I told myself it was just branches, perhaps an animal, but sleep came fitfully. The next day, I decided to explore the area. I had planned a hike that would loop around the lake and then cut into the forest trails. The air was cold but crisp, and the forest seemed alive in a way that was almost overwhelming. Every step on the soft, leaf-covered ground made a crunch that sounded louder than it should have. I noticed deer tracks and signs of smaller animals, the forest reminding me constantly that I was not alone. I hadn't realized how quickly the day would pass. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was low, casting long shadows that seemed to creep across the clearing. The cabin, which had looked solid and welcoming in daylight, now seemed smaller, more vulnerable against the encroaching darkness. I lit the stove again and prepared a simple meal. As I ate, I noticed small details I had ignored before. The way the windows rattled in the wind, the loose floorboard in the kitchen that shifted under my weight, the faint smell of mold coming from the corner of one room. Night came again, and with it, a growing sense of unease. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the subtle awareness that there might be someone, or something, moving just beyond the tree line. At first, I tried to dismiss it, telling myself I was letting my imagination run wild in the isolation. But then I heard it, a sound distinct from the wind or the animals. It was the faint crunch of footsteps on the gravel driveway outside, deliberate and slow. My pulse quickened. I sat up in bed, listening. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. My rational mind told me it could be an animal, a deer, or something else, but the pattern of the steps had a weight and rhythm that didn't belong to wildlife. I stayed awake the rest of the night, the wind and the distant sounds of the forest doing little to distract me from the anxiety settling in my chest. I considered leaving immediately, but the nearest town was more than an hour away, and the thought of navigating the dark forest roads seemed equally terrifying. The next day, I decided to take action. I walked the perimeter of the cabin during daylight, noting any potential entry points. The doors and windows were secure, but I noticed faint marks near one of the back windows, scratches that hadn't been there before. My stomach churned, and I took a mental note to remain vigilant. I spent the day inside, keeping the fire going, making sure everything was in order. I checked my phone. Service was weak, but I could make calls if necessary. I didn't feel safe enough to try contacting anyone yet. As the evening descended, I started to hear the noises again. Subtle at first, like branches snapping or leaves shifting underfoot, but closer now. I could hear a deliberate movement around the cabin, circling, testing the boundaries. My heart raced, but I forced myself to think clearly. I found a sturdy metal rod in the storage closet and kept it nearby. I set up a makeshift barricade for the back door and kept the windows closed and locked. The night stretched long, each sound magnified in the quiet cabin. Around midnight, a louder crash echoed from the back porch. Something had tried to force its way in. Adrenaline took over. I grabbed the rod and crept toward the sound, keeping low, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. The wind howled through the trees, but I could distinguish deliberate movements. Someone trying doors, pressing against windows, testing my resolve. Hours passed. I stayed alert, ready to defend myself, moving silently through the cabin. The intruder never broke in, but the knowledge that someone had been trying, watching, made sleep impossible. I knew I couldn't stay another night like this. At first light, I packed the essentials, keeping my eyes constantly on the tree line. I made a cautious exit, walking to the car with the metal rod still in hand, scanning for movement. The forest seemed quieter in daylight, but I still felt that tension, the awareness that someone could be nearby. I started the car and drove away slowly, not stopping until the dense trees thinned and the open road appeared. By the time I reached the nearest town, I was shaking and exhausted, my hands trembling even as I parked in a busy lot. I reported the incident to the local authorities, describing the tracks, the attempted break-in, and everything I had observed. They took the report seriously, noting that the area had seen a few similar cases involving trespassers targeting isolated cabins. Weeks later, I returned to the cabin with police support. They combed the area, finding more evidence of human presence. Footprints, discarded items, and even signs that someone had been living in the woods nearby. The investigation revealed a transient who had been breaking into cabins in the region, surviving off whatever he could steal, and had avoided capture for months. My cabin had been an easy target due to its isolation. The authorities reinforced the security measures and patrolled the area more frequently. Looking back, the experience taught me the difference between imagined fear and real danger. The forest, so beautiful and peaceful in the daylight, had hidden a very real threat. I learned to respect both the wilderness and the vulnerability of isolation. The cabin was still there, solid and unassuming, but I never returned to stay. I realized that some solitude, no matter how appealing, carries risks that cannot be ignored. The sense of relief and safety I felt once I reached the town, surrounded by people, remains vivid in my memory. I had faced fear in its most real and raw form and come out unharmed, but forever changed by the understanding that danger can lurk quietly, patiently, and without warning. I had been planning this trip for months. The idea of escaping the city, leaving behind the constant hum of traffic, the blare of sirens, and the endless buzz of notifications, was something I had been craving. The cabin I rented was secluded, miles away from the nearest town, sitting at the edge of a dense forest in the northern mountains. The online photos showed a rustic structure with wooden beams, a stone fireplace, and large windows overlooking the trees. It promised solitude, peace, and a sense of isolation that I found strangely comforting. The drive up was longer than I expected. The winding road climbed steeply, twisting through thick pine forests that seemed to close in around me. The air grew cooler with every mile, the sunlight thinning through the dense canopy above. Eventually, the road became little more than a dirt track, rutted and narrow, forcing me to slow down to a crawl. When I finally reached the cabin, my car crunching over gravel, the sense of being completely alone hit me in a way I hadn't anticipated. There was no sign of other people, no smoke from chimneys, no distant sound of life, just the wind through the trees, and somewhere far off, the faint cry of a bird. The cabin itself was exactly as described. Its wooden siding was weathered but solid, the stone chimney sturdy. The front door creaked slightly as I opened it, the smell of aged wood and faint dust greeting me. Inside, the cabin was simple but functional. A small kitchen, a living area with a sofa and a fireplace, a table with chairs, and a few beds tucked into corners. I unpacked my bag, setting my clothes in the small closet and arranging the food I had brought in the cabinets. Everything felt calm, ordered, and reassuring. I spent the first evening exploring the immediate surroundings. The forest pressed close to the cabin on all sides, tall pine and fir trees forming a dense barrier. I walked down a narrow trail that disappeared into the undergrowth, noticing the thick layer of pine needles that cushioned my steps. Occasionally, I would spot animal tracks, deer, raccoon, maybe a fox. The sun dipped below the treetops, and a cold wind rustled through the branches. Returning to the cabin, I built a small fire in the fireplace and sat watching the flames, feeling a comforting sense of solitude. The first night passed without incident. I slept heavily, the quiet of the forest lulling me into deep rest. When I woke, the sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating dust motes floating in the air. I brewed coffee over the stove and sat near the window, watching the forest stir to life. Birds chirped, a squirrel darted across a branch, and the wind played with the leaves. Everything seemed peaceful, almost untouched. By the second day, I decided to explore further. I had brought a map of the area, marking a few nearby trails. I chose one that followed an old logging path, reasoning it would be less likely to lead me into difficult terrain. The trail was overgrown in parts, fallen trees and thick underbrush forcing me to step carefully. I noticed how quiet it was. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt. Every sound seemed amplified. The snap of a twig underfoot, the distant call of a bird, the faint rustle of leaves. By midday, I had walked several miles, the trail narrowing and becoming harder to follow. Eventually, I decided it was best to turn back before I got lost. Returning to the cabin, I felt a faint unease I couldn't quite place. The forest around the cabin seemed darker now, the shadows longer and heavier. The wind had picked up, whistling through the trees with a hollow, haunting sound. I shrugged it off as imagination, something about the isolation playing tricks on my mind. The next day, the unease became harder to ignore. While walking along the edge of the forest near the cabin, I noticed something odd. A set of footprints in the dirt. They were human, adult-sized, and fresh, pressed clearly into the soft earth. They led from the tree line toward the cabin but then vanished abruptly, as though whoever made them had stepped onto a rock or a patch of hard soil. I scanned the area, but saw no one. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. The thought that someone could be nearby watching made me uneasy. I rationalized it. Perhaps a hiker, maybe someone else renting cabins nearby. But the area was supposed to be remote. No one else was expected for miles. That evening, as I was preparing dinner, I noticed something else, subtle but unnerving. A branch tapped against the window as if someone was walking close by. I looked out into the darkness and saw nothing. The forest seemed still, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. I checked all the doors and windows, making sure they were locked. My heart raced as I moved through the cabin, hearing only my own footsteps echoing against the wooden floor. Sleep that night was restless. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind through the trees, seemed magnified. I found myself lying awake for hours, listening to the subtle sounds outside. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps crunching over the gravel outside, but when I strained my ears, it was gone. Morning came reluctantly, pale light filtering through the windows. I felt exhausted but determined not to let fear dominate me. Over the next day, I kept noticing signs of someone else's presence. Twigs broken along the narrow trail, footprints in soft patches of soil, even small objects slightly moved near the cabin. Things I was certain I had not touched. The realization settled in slowly. Someone had been near the cabin, perhaps observing me for some time. My first instinct was fear, but after a while, I recognized the need to act carefully. Panic would only make things worse. I decided to prepare in case an intruder tried to enter. I reinforced the doors, wedging a chair under the doorknob and moving heavy furniture in front of the windows. I gathered any items that could be used for defense: a large kitchen knife, a metal poker from the fireplace, even a small axe I found in a corner of the cabin. I made a point to keep these close at all times. I also kept a small flashlight in my pocket, along with my phone, though I knew the signal was weak at best. That night, the forest seemed alive in a different way. The wind howled, and branches scraped against the cabin like fingernails on wood. Every sound made me tense, Every shadow outside felt like a potential threat. Hours passed slowly, my mind running through worst-case scenarios. Then, in the dead of night, I heard it clearly. The sound of someone walking around the perimeter of the cabin. It was methodical, slow, almost deliberate. My heart thumped violently, and I gripped the poker tightly. I stayed perfectly still, listening, waiting for any sign that they would approach the door. The footsteps stopped. There was a tense silence, broken only by the occasional gust of wind. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, too afraid to move, listening for any indication that the intruder was still nearby. Finally, as dawn began to lighten the sky, the forest seemed to fall quiet again. I cautiously peeked through the window and saw nothing, only the familiar trees and undergrowth. The footprints from last night had disappeared, either washed away by the wind or snow, or perhaps the intruder had left. The next day, I knew I had to leave. I packed my things quickly, keeping alert for any sign of movement around the cabin. As I stepped outside, I scanned the surroundings, seeing nothing unusual. I started down the dirt track, walking briskly but keeping aware of every sound. The forest seemed endless, shadows shifting as the sun moved through the sky. I focused on the road, imagining the moment I would reach the first real sign of civilization. By midday, I reached the main road, where I finally saw another person, a hiker with a dog, who waved briefly before continuing on their path. The sight of another human being felt like relief washing over me. I continued toward town, my pace quickening as I left the forest behind. Eventually, I reached the gas station where I could call a friend to pick me up. The sense of isolation and fear I had felt began to ebb, replaced by a tired but profound relief. Looking back, I realized how much tension and anxiety had built up in such a short time. The forest was beautiful and peaceful in the daylight, but the sense of isolation magnified every sound, every shadow. The cabin itself had been a shelter, but also a trap, placing me squarely in an environment where my imagination and instincts amplified every minor disturbance. In the end, what had been frightening was not a ghost or some supernatural presence, but the reality of being alone, vulnerable, and unsure of whether another human being was near. I never returned to that cabin. I kept a few photos from the trip, but the memory of the dark nights, the sounds outside, and the feeling of being watched remained vivid. It was a lesson in solitude and awareness, a reminder that nature could be both beautiful and intimidating. I realized that careful preparation, alertness, and respect for the environment were crucial, and that fear was not something to ignore, but I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The idea of a solitary weekend at a remote cabin, deep in the woods, had felt like a promise of peace, a way to escape the constant noise of life, the unending obligations at work, and the relentless flow of people who always seemed to need something from me. I had carefully chosen the cabin based on photos and a short description online. It was nestled at the edge of a dense forest, on the bank of a narrow, winding river, far enough from any main road that the only way to reach it was to drive a long gravel path and then hike a short trail. The thought of no cell reception, no Wi-Fi, and no distractions had made my chest tighten with excitement in the weeks leading up to my departure. I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun was already starting its slow descent, casting long, sharp shadows through the tall pines and birch trees. The air was crisp, the smell of damp earth and pine needles strong and grounding. The gravel driveway had ended at a simple wooden gate, unpainted, weathered, and leaning slightly to one side. Beyond it, the small cabin appeared almost tucked into the trees, as if it had grown from the ground itself. I parked my car and carried my small backpack, filled with a few clothes, food, and camping gear, along the narrow path leading to the cabin. Each step made the pine needles crunch softly underfoot, and the quietness of the forest made every sound I made feel amplified. My pulse had already started to pick up without any particular reason. It was only a walk in the woods, yet my senses were heightened, alert. The cabin itself was small but solid. It had a simple rectangular shape, wooden walls darkened by years of weather, a stone chimney rising along one side, and a pitched roof covered in faded shingles. A small porch ran along the front, and the door had a rusty metal latch. When I opened it, the smell of wood, dust, and dampness hit me immediately. The interior was basic: a single main room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove, a table, and 2 chairs. There was a small loft accessible by a ladder for sleeping, with an old mattress covered in a thin, faded quilt. A tiny bathroom with just a sink and a shower occupied one corner. It was clean, but not recently used, and it carried that peculiar odor of a place that is preserved for occasional visitors rather than continuous living. I set my bag down, and for a moment, I just stood in the doorway, taking it all in. There was no sound other than the wind in the trees and the faint rush of the river beyond the trees. The quiet was almost unnatural, a kind of pressing silence that made me aware of every tiny creak in the wood under my feet. I decided to get the fire going. The cabin had a stack of firewood in the corner, split into neat piles, and I carried a few logs over to the stove. Lighting the kindling was slow. The dampness of the wood made it difficult, and I found myself frustrated, coughing from the smoke that escaped the chimney before the fire really caught. Eventually, the flames took, small at first, then steadily growing into a warm, crackling blaze. The heat immediately transformed the cabin, making it feel less like an abandoned structure and more like a safe little island in the middle of the forest. I sat for a while, watching the flames, feeling the tension in my shoulders slowly unwind, my breathing returning to a steady rhythm. The fire was comforting, almost hypnotic, and for a moment, I felt a rare sense of calm. I decided to take a short walk before night fell completely. The trail to the cabin had continued along the river, winding between the trees. I walked slowly, letting my eyes adjust to the dimming light. The forest felt alive, though not in a menacing way. Birds were calling to each other in the distance. The river gurgled over rocks, and the wind made the branches sway. But there was something else, subtle, almost imperceptible. A sense that I was being observed. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling lingered. Each rustle of leaves, each snap of a twig underfoot made my head jerk in that direction, and every shadow seemed slightly too deliberate, too angular, as if it belonged to something moving just out of sight. I turned back to the cabin as the last light of day faded. The forest quickly became darker than I had anticipated. By the time I returned, the cabin was nothing but a dark silhouette against the faint glimmer of the river in the distance. I fed the fire again, making sure it would last through the night, then prepared a simple dinner. The process was slow, methodical, and oddly comforting. Chopping vegetables, boiling water, arranging the food on a plate. The cabin was quiet, but the quietness had shifted. It no longer felt entirely peaceful. There were small noises that I had ignored before, small but distinct. A knock against the wall, a creak of the floorboards in a place where I knew there should be no movement, the faint sound of water dripping somewhere inside. I told myself I was imagining it, but I could not shake the feeling that I was not entirely alone. Night fully descended, and the fire became my only source of light. I climbed into the loft, laying out my sleeping bag on the thin mattress. The ceiling was low, forcing me to curl slightly, and the wooden beams overhead seemed to press down, creating a sensation of compression that made my chest feel tight. I tried to focus on my breathing, on the warmth of the fire below, on anything that could anchor me in calmness, but it was difficult. Every sound seemed magnified: the wind outside, the distant rush of the river, and the occasional pop of the fire. And then I heard it, a distinct, deliberate sound, like something dragging across the porch. I froze, heart hammering. There was no wind to explain it, no natural source. Just the sound of something heavy moving slowly along the wood outside my cabin. I considered calling someone, but there was no cell signal. The cabin had promised isolation, and I had accepted it. My mind raced through possibilities. A bear? A wild animal large enough to drag something along the porch, maybe a fallen branch caught in the wind. But none of it made sense. The sound stopped and started again, irregularly, as if testing, waiting. The floorboards under the loft creaked faintly under my weight, and I realized that whatever was outside could probably hear me moving. I debated quietly for what felt like hours, weighing my options. Stay quiet and hope it leaves, or go out and confront whatever it was. Neither option seemed safe, but the thought of leaving the loft and encountering an unknown presence in the dark forest made my stomach churn. Eventually, exhaustion overtook fear. I lay flat on the mattress, trying to convince myself that the sound was nothing. I closed my eyes, telling myself I would sleep, that the fire would protect me, that the forest was just making noises like it always did. But sleep did not come easily. I dozed intermittently, waking at every creak, every gust of wind, every sound of movement. Hours passed. I remember thinking that dawn would never arrive, that the darkness outside would last forever. When morning finally came, the sunlight poured through the small windows, cutting through the shadows and revealing the forest in sharp detail. I climbed down from the loft and walked to the porch. What I saw there made my stomach drop. The ground was disturbed. Footprints, not from an animal, led up to the cabin. They were human, and there were several, some larger, some smaller. They stopped at the edge of the porch, then circled back into the trees. Nothing inside the cabin had been taken or moved, but the clear sign that someone had been here during the night, someone potentially watching, was undeniable. I spent the morning examining the surroundings, trying to find more tracks or evidence, and discovered more unsettling details. Twigs were broken, leaves scattered in ways that suggested movement in and out of the cabin. The firewood, which I had carefully stacked, had been shifted slightly, though none had been taken. And near the river, I found items I did not recognize. A discarded wrapper, a worn glove, and faint markings on rocks that could only have been left by someone with intent. My heart raced as I considered the possibilities. This was not random trespassing. Whoever had been here had been deliberate, patient, and aware of my presence. I spent the day making preparations. I collected more firewood, checked the locks and latches on the doors, and even found a length of rope that I could use as a barrier. I considered leaving immediately, but the only path out required a long hike, and the cabin's isolation meant that anyone with ill intent could intercept me on the trail. I decided to wait until nightfall, when I could leave quickly and with more attention to detail. I spent the hours methodically planning my departure, marking landmarks along the trail to ensure I would not get lost in the dark, and keeping watch from the windows to monitor any movement in the trees. Night came again. The second night was worse than the first. Shadows seemed heavier, the noises outside sharper, more deliberate. I could hear something moving in the underbrush near the cabin. I held my breath for what felt like hours, waiting for a sound that might indicate an approach or a retreat. Eventually, the movement I had been planning the trip for months, carefully checking maps, noting distances, and making lists of supplies I would need for a solo weekend in the remote cabin I had rented deep in the forest. It was late September, the kind of crisp autumn air that smells like wet leaves and pine. I wanted solitude, a chance to disconnect from work, from the endless notifications, from the people who always demanded something from me. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I liked the idea that if something happened, no one would be looking for me right away. Of course, I didn't plan for anything bad to happen, but part of me liked the feeling of being completely alone, truly alone. The drive was long. The asphalt ended sooner than I expected, and I had to follow a dirt road that twisted into the forest. My car rattled over rocks, and I had to maneuver carefully around deep puddles from the early autumn rains. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked smaller than the photos online had suggested. It was a simple structure, wood darkened by years of weather, with a sloping roof and a small porch. Smoke still curled faintly from the stone chimney, evidence that someone had been there recently. I parked the car near the cabin, opened the trunk, and began unloading my gear. There were boxes of food, a water jug, extra blankets, and the survival kit I insisted on bringing just in case. Inside, the cabin was Spartan. A small kitchen area with a propane stove, a table, and 2 chairs. A wood stove stood in the corner, cold for now but promising warmth later. A narrow hallway led to a bedroom with a single bed and a small bathroom. There was no electricity, No phone signal, only the faint hum of the forest around me. After settling in, I unpacked and began exploring the area. The forest was dense, the trees tall and close together, their leaves forming a golden, orange, and brown canopy. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting shifting patterns on the ground. I walked down a small trail that led to a creek. The water ran clear and cold, rushing over rocks and forming tiny waterfalls. I filled my water bottle and paused, listening. The forest was alive with sound. The rustle of leaves, birds calling, the occasional snap of a twig from some unseen animal. It was calming but also, in a subtle way, unnerving. Night came quickly, the air cooled, and the wind made the branches sway. I lit the stove and cooked a small meal of canned beans and rice. Eating alone felt strange at first, but I reminded myself I wanted this solitude. Afterward, I gathered some firewood from a nearby pile the previous renter had left, stacked it near the stove, and lit a small fire. The cabin glowed with warmth, and the shadows danced along the walls. I could hear the forest more clearly now. The distant howl of a coyote, the flutter of wings, the cracking of branches as animals moved through the underbrush. Around midnight, I began to notice things. At first, it was just a sense like the forest had shifted. A snapping branch closer than I expected, leaves brushing against the cabin walls. Then I heard it clearly, a low, dragging sound outside, slow and deliberate. My first instinct was to tell myself it was an animal, a deer maybe, or some raccoon dragging something. But the sound persisted, moving along the perimeter of the cabin. I froze, straining to listen, my stomach tightening. I remembered the knife in my backpack, the one I brought for safety, and I slowly reached for it. The sound stopped abruptly. I waited, heart pounding, and then I heard it again, closer this time, scraping along the side of the cabin. Panic began to rise in me. I felt the cabin, usually a safe place, shrink around me. Every shadow seemed sharper, every tree branch a threat. I realized I had to assess the situation logically. I checked the doors and windows. Locked. Nothing was visibly amiss. I moved to the front door and pressed my ear to it, listening. Silence, then a soft shuffle. Whoever or whatever was outside, they were careful now, deliberate, aware I was inside. My mind raced with possibilities. A trespasser? Someone camping nearby who had found the cabin. Someone lost and desperate. But the dragging sound had a heaviness to it, deliberate, almost methodical. I remembered the emergency whistle in my backpack. I considered using it, but the thought of drawing attention from a potentially dangerous person made me hesitate. Instead, I moved to the bedroom, grabbed the blankets, and sat against the door, trying to make myself small and quiet. Hours seemed to stretch. The fire had burned down. The room was dark except for moonlight filtering through the small window. Every snap, every brush against the cabin walls, sent jolts of fear through me. At some point, I realized the sound had stopped. I waited, but the silence was different, heavy, tense. I tried to convince myself I was safe, that it might have been an animal after all. Yet something in the weight of the silence didn't feel right. My mind refused to calm down, running through scenarios, some more frightening than others. I tried to focus on breathing, counting slowly, telling myself I would assess the situation in daylight. Morning finally arrived, gray and overcast. I cautiously approached the window. Nothing. No footprints in the mud, no disturbance in the leaves. For a moment, relief washed over me, and I felt almost foolish for letting fear take over. But I noticed something else. The back of the cabin, near the small storage shed, had deep grooves in the dirt. They were not footprints, but marks from something heavy being dragged. The marks were fresh. My stomach turned. Someone or something had been here close and had left. I decided to leave the cabin immediately. I packed quickly, my hands shaking. I didn't even eat breakfast. My mind kept replaying every sound from the night before, every shadow in the corners of the room. I double-checked the doors, the windows, then stepped out into the cool morning air. The forest looked peaceful, innocent even, but the tracks told a different story. The drive back along the dirt road felt longer, more dangerous. Every rustle in the trees, every caw of a crow made me tense. When I finally reached the paved road, I stopped the car, took a deep breath, and realized I had been holding it for hours. Relief mixed with lingering anxiety. I told myself I would call the police, file a report, but I also knew there was little they could do. The cabin was isolated, and anyone who came through the forest could disappear easily. A few days later, I returned with a friend. We walked around the cabin, taking photos, examining the marks. They were consistent with someone dragging heavy objects, but nothing had been stolen. No signs of forced entry, no discarded items. The cabin seemed undisturbed, otherwise normal and mundane. Yet the memory of that night lingered. The fear had been real, and it had taught me something. Isolation can be deceptive, and the forest is not always the serene refuge I imagined. It is alive, sometimes with creatures you cannot see, and sometimes with people whose intentions you cannot know. We cleaned up the area, secured the cabin, and left. I never returned alone. But over time, I realized I had learned an important lesson about preparation, awareness, and respecting solitude. I also realized that fear is not always irrational. Sometimes it is instinct, something deep in the mind that tells you to take notice, to act. The cabin itself was harmless, the forest itself was beautiful, but the experience had changed how I moved through spaces, how I thought about safety, and how I valued human connection. Even months later, I could recall that night in vivid detail. The smell of damp wood, the cold bite of wind through the cracks of the cabin, the scraping sound that made my heart pound. And I understood clearly that while the world has beauty, it also has danger, often hidden, often silent. I had survived because I stayed calm, assessed logically, and acted cautiously. That realization became a part of me, a grounding force I carried into every situation after. A reminder that preparedness and awareness are sometimes the only things standing between safety and chaos. I learned to carry extra supplies, to never underestimate the isolation of the wilderness, and to always leave a detailed plan with someone I trusted. The cabin trip was meant to be a simple retreat, a chance to be alone, but it ended up being a profound lesson in vigilance, caution, and respect for the unknown aspects of the real world. I left with no heroic confrontation, no dramatic rescue, only careful thought, observation, and patience. That was enough. Sometimes that is all you can rely on. And when I finally look back at that experience, I realized that survival is not about luck or strength. It is about staying aware, controlling fear, and taking deliberate action in moments when every second counts. I had been looking forward to this weekend for weeks. The city had worn me down with its noise, the constant hum of cars, the endless faces that blurred together in a gray tide of routine, and the sharp pressure of deadlines that never seemed to end. The idea of disappearing into the woods for a few days, leaving everything behind, had felt like the only way to breathe. I rented a small cabin deep in the mountains, the kind of place that seemed to exist only to remind you of how thin the veneer of civilization really was. The listing had promised peace, solitude, and a primitive sense of calm. I had expected quiet, maybe a little discomfort, but nothing dangerous. I was wrong. The drive itself was longer than I expected. The roads became narrower, twisting into steep, forested slopes that demanded every ounce of concentration I had. My car groaned with each sharp turn, and I could feel the weight of every mile pressing on my chest, a slow, building anticipation that I tried to ignore. By the time I arrived at the cabin, the sun was low, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest floor. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, rich and almost sweet. The cabin itself was smaller than I had imagined, a squat, wooden structure with a steep roof and a single chimney. The wood was weathered and dark, streaked with rain, and the windows were dusty, giving the place a slightly abandoned feeling, though the door swung open easily, suggesting recent use. Inside, the cabin was rustic, almost Spartan. A small kitchen area occupied one corner, a crude wood stove, a tiny sink, and a counter made from rough-hewn planks. There was a single bed with a mattress that looked thin but firm, and a small table with 2 chairs. A pile of firewood sat neatly stacked near the stove, the logs dry and ready. I dropped my bag and exhaled, feeling a rare kind of relief as I moved through the space. For the first time in weeks, I was alone in a place that felt real, tangible, and untamed. The first night passed uneventfully. I made a fire in the stove, ate a simple meal I had brought with me, and watched the sun disappear beyond the ridges of the mountains. The wind whispered through the trees outside, scratching at the cabin walls and rattling the window panes. It was a sound that was at once soothing and slightly unsettling, like the forest was alive in ways I could not see. I went to bed early, tired from the drive, and fell asleep to the muffled symphony of the night. The trouble began the next day. I woke early, the sky still gray and heavy with clouds that promised rain. I spent the morning walking the narrow trails that wound around the cabin, the forest dense and shadowed even in daylight. I noticed how quiet it was. No birds, no rustling of small animals, just the crunch of my boots on leaves and the occasional groan of distant timber shifting. It was the kind of silence that felt watchful, as though the forest itself were observing, cataloging my movements. I shrugged off the unease, blaming my imagination. By midday, clouds thickened, and a cold drizzle began to fall. I returned to the cabin to find the fire out and the interior chilled. I managed to light it again, the smoke curling up through the chimney, and settled into a chair with a book. It was there that I first heard it, a faint, irregular sound coming from outside, like scraping against wood. At first, I thought it was the wind, or perhaps a branch brushing against the cabin. But it continued, slow and deliberate. I froze, listening, and it stopped. Then, a few minutes later, it started again, closer this time, more distinct. Someone or something was moving near the cabin. My heart rate jumped, but I rationalized it. The area was popular for hikers. Maybe someone had passed by and was exploring. I tried to focus on the fire, on the warmth and safety inside, but the scrape, now followed by a soft thump, would not leave my mind. The next few hours were torturous. Every sound outside made me tense. Branches snapping underfoot, the occasional distant crash of something heavy falling, the faint hum of water from a nearby stream. It all became a chorus of threat. I double-checked the locks, pushed furniture against doors where I could, and kept a long, crude kitchen knife on the table in front of me. As evening approached, the rain worsened, and the forest became a gray blur, shadows deepening in the dim light. Then I saw it. From the window, partially obscured by the curtain, I caught a movement. A figure, hunched, moving carefully through the trees toward the cabin. Not running, not hurried, but deliberate. I froze, my chest tight, and watched as it vanished behind the trunks. The logical part of me screamed that I should call the police, but my phone had no signal. The nearest road was miles away. Panic started to rise, thick and choking. I considered fleeing, but the rain had turned the ground to mud, making movement difficult and slow. The cabin was the only solid shelter, the only place I could defend myself. The night was a blur of terror. Every scrape, thump, and crack outside made me jump, my muscles taut, my hands shaking as I held the knife. I stayed near the window, watching, waiting, but the figure did not return. At one point, I thought I heard breathing just outside the door, a slow, measured exhale that was human but too cautious, too controlled. I pressed myself against the wall, straining to listen, wishing desperately for any sign that it had gone. Morning did not bring relief. The rain had stopped, leaving a dense fog that clung to the trees and the ground. I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. I forced myself to eat, to move, and to plan. I needed to get out to find help, but I had to be careful. Whoever had been outside could still be nearby. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, a flashlight, food, and the knife. I checked every window, every door, and left nothing unexamined. I moved quietly, stepping over wet leaves and branches, listening for any hint of movement. The first signs of normalcy came as I made my way down the trail toward the road. I noticed tracks in the mud, human footprints, but too large to be mine, too fresh to be old. They followed the same path I intended to take. Panic surged again, but I forced myself to stay calm. I walked slowly, deliberately, keeping my senses alert. The forest seemed alive with potential danger, every shadow a possible threat. And then I saw something that made my stomach turn. Remnants of a small campsite near the trail, with burned-out logs, an empty backpack, and a makeshift shelter. Someone had been here recently. They had watched, waited, possibly followed. My pace quickened. The next few hours were a tense crawl through the forest. I stayed close to the main trail, trying to keep my direction straight. The woods seemed endless, the fog clinging to me, wrapping the world in a gray, suffocating blanket. At one point, I stumbled across a shallow creek, the water cold and fast. I had to cross it to stay on the path, and as I did, I heard the unmistakable sound of movement behind me. Branches snapping, leaves rustling. I froze. Whoever or whatever was there had not given up. My instincts screamed to run, but I forced myself to move slowly, deliberately, crossing the creek and keeping my back to the bank, eyes scanning constantly. No one followed, or maybe they did, silently, just far enough behind to remain unseen. By late afternoon, exhausted and soaked from fog and sweat, I reached a clearing. Through the mist, I could make out the faint outline of a gravel road. Relief hit me in waves, heavy and disbelieving. I broke into a run, slipping and sliding on the wet ground, and finally reached the road. Almost immediately, a car appeared in the distance. I waved frantically, drenched, dirty, and trembling. The driver slowed, eyes widening, and pulled over. Within minutes, I was being driven down the mountain toward the nearest town, talking quickly, explaining as much as I could, the words tumbling out in a desperate jumble. The police would follow, I learned later, but the cabin, the forest, and whatever had been following me were left behind. Back in the safety of civilization, I felt the first real sense of peace in days. I was shaken, exhausted, but alive. The forest, the cabin, the figure or figures that had stalked me would remain part of me, a memory etched deeply into my mind. I promised myself I would never return to that part of the woods, never again tempt the fragile boundary between isolation and vulnerability. Life slowly returned to a kind of normalcy. I took comfort in the routines, the small, ordinary things that reminded me I was safe. Coffee in the morning, the hum of traffic, the sound of people moving around me. And yet, in quiet moments, when I closed my eyes, I could still hear the faint scraping, the deliberate steps, the breath just outside the door. It was a sound that reminded me that danger is often real, that solitude can be a trap, and that the forest does not care about you. The experience left me. It started as a plan I thought would be simple, a small break from the city, some quiet days in a cabin tucked away in the forest. I had rented the place online, a small, isolated cabin several hours away from the nearest town, far from any neighbors. The pictures promised peace. Tall pine trees surrounding a rustic wooden structure, a small creek nearby, and a view that seemed endless in every direction. I was craving solitude, a chance to breathe without the constant noise of traffic, the constant buzzing of my phone, the ceaseless chatter of people who never stopped moving. It was supposed to be a week of quiet, some time to hike, read, and just exist without interruptions. I didn't expect it to turn into something I would remember as the most terrifying week of my life. I drove the long road to the cabin, the highway giving way to smaller country roads that twisted and turned without any real logic. The further I went, the thinner the traffic became, until eventually, I was the only car for miles. The forest pressed close on both sides, thick with pine trees whose shadows stretched across the road. I remember feeling a small thrill, a strange mix of anticipation and unease, as if the isolation was already whispering that I was far from safety. The cabin sat at the end of a narrow dirt path, hidden by a small rise and a wall of trees. When I saw it for the first time, it looked exactly like the photos. A single-story wooden structure with a small porch and windows that reflected the late afternoon sun. There was a pile of firewood stacked neatly to one side and a small trail that led down to the creek. I parked my car, took a deep breath, and unloaded my backpack, feeling that familiar itch of excitement that always comes before a new adventure. Inside, the cabin was even smaller than I expected. There was a tiny kitchen with the bare essentials: a stove, a small fridge, a few shelves with canned goods left by the previous renter, and a wooden table with 2 chairs. The living area had a worn couch, a small wood-burning stove, and a few shelves with old books. The bedroom was little more than a single bed in the corner, with a thin mattress and a few blankets folded at the foot. Everything smelled faintly of wood smoke and something older, like the cabin had been left untouched for months. The bathroom was tiny, with a shower that I would come to hate as the week went on because it had very low water pressure, but at that moment I didn't care. It all felt perfect. I unpacked slowly, setting my things in the cabinets, stacking my clothes in the tiny wardrobe, and then moved to make a fire in the stove. I wanted warmth even though it wasn't yet cold. There was something grounding about the sound of kindling snapping and the smell of smoke curling around the room. The first day passed quickly. I explored the small area around the cabin, following the trail to the creek. The water was shallow but clear, the sound of it moving over rocks filling the quiet like a soft music. I found a place where the trees broke slightly, giving a small view of the distant hills. I sat there for a long time, just listening, and felt the kind of peace I hadn't known for months in the city. I cooked a simple dinner on the stove, pasta with canned vegetables, and sat at the table, looking out the window at the darkening forest. Night came suddenly, the kind of night that blankets the forest completely, swallowing sound and light. I lit a small lantern and sat by the stove, reading a book. Everything felt calm. It was on the second night that I first noticed it. A sound, faint at first, coming from outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was the wind through the trees, a low moaning sound that made the branches sway in strange patterns. I paused, holding my breath, listening. The sound didn't match the wind. It was heavier, deliberate, slow, like footsteps on the dirt path that led to the cabin. I froze, straining my ears. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. I convinced myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or some large creature walking through the forest, and tried to push the thought away. I locked the door, drew the curtains, and tried to go back to reading, but sleep was uneasy. Every creak of the cabin, every snap of a branch outside made my heart leap. The third day, I tried to rationalize the fear. I went on a longer hike, taking a trail that wound deeper into the forest. I passed through dense areas where the sunlight barely reached the ground, past fallen logs and mossy stones. It felt good to move, to breathe hard and feel my muscles work, to focus on something besides the quiet menace I imagined in the cabin. On the way back, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Footprints near the edge of the dirt path that led to the cabin. Human footprints. Big, heavy, not like mine, heading in the direction of the cabin but not leaving any sign that they had returned. My mind raced. Could it be someone else renting a nearby cabin? I hadn't seen any signs of another cabin, but the forest was thick. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, that maybe a hunter had passed by, or someone from the town had wandered off the main road. I didn't know. I decided to return quickly, making sure the cabin door was locked when I arrived, and spent the rest of the evening inside, checking the windows, listening. Nothing happened, but sleep was harder than before. By the fourth night, the fear had started to grow in ways I hadn't anticipated. The footsteps outside had returned, now almost nightly. I could hear the crunch of dirt and leaves near the cabin, sometimes circling it. I never saw anyone, but the pattern was unmistakable. The forest is not meant to be silent, but the noise outside wasn't random. It was deliberate, measured, and I could not convince myself otherwise. I stopped taking long hikes, stopped exploring beyond the immediate area around the cabin. I started carrying a heavy stick whenever I left the cabin, even to go to the creek or collect firewood. The isolation that had been peaceful now felt threatening. My mind imagined shapes behind the windows, imagined movement among the trees, and I felt the weight of being alone in a place with no immediate escape. The fifth day was when things escalated. I woke early to prepare breakfast and noticed that some of my food supplies had been disturbed. Not completely gone, but moved slightly out of place. I knew I had not done it. My hands shook as I checked every cabinet and drawer. Nothing else seemed missing, nothing else disturbed, but the sense of someone being in the cabin was overwhelming. I checked the locks, every window, even the small basement door under the cabin. All secure. I sat in the corner of the living room, staring at the door, listening. That night, the footsteps came closer, right up to the cabin's front door. I could hear a soft, almost imperceptible scraping, as if someone was testing the door. My pulse raced, my body tensed as I imagined the worst. I stayed awake the whole night, sitting with the stick I had grabbed earlier, listening to every small sound. On the 6th day, I finally decided that I could not remain passive. I started preparing, trying to make the cabin safer in any way I could. I moved furniture to block the windows, found old boards in the shed behind the cabin and nailed them across the windows. I reinforced the door as best as I could. I stored my food in heavy containers and tried to create a sense of security. The forest outside seemed darker than ever, every shadow growing deeper, every sound amplified in my mind. The nights were unbearable, each one feeling longer, the footsteps now accompanied by soft sounds that I could not identify. Sometimes a rustle in the leaves, sometimes a snap that made me flinch. I was surviving in a state of constant alertness, aware that any small mistake could expose me to whoever or whatever was out there. I started sleeping in short bursts, never letting myself fully drift off. It was on the 7th day that the confrontation came. I had gone to the creek early to gather water, carrying my stick. The morning was quiet, deceptively calm, and I felt almost foolish as I stared into the trees, imagining threats that might not exist. As I walked back toward the cabin, I noticed a figure. At first, I thought I was imagining it, a trick of the light among the trees, but it became clearer. A man, tall, wearing a hooded jacket, standing at the edge of the small clearing in front of the cabin. He had no expression I could see. I froze. He didn't move toward me, didn't speak, just watched. My mind raced, but there was no time to think. I turned and ran toward the cabin, heart hammering, lungs burning. I slammed the door behind me, locked it, barricaded it again with the furniture and boards I had prepared. I could hear him moving outside, circling, but he never tried to break in. I stayed in the corner, listening, every sense strained, until eventually, the noise stopped. Hours passed, and I waited, too scared to move, too alert to sleep. The next morning, I decided that I could not stay. I packed quickly, taking only essentials and leaving everything else. I checked the locks one last time, then ran to my car. The dirt path seemed longer, the forest thicker, but I didn't stop. I drove as fast as I could, the car bouncing over the uneven road. I never expected that a simple weekend in the woods could turn into something so consuming, so overwhelming, that it would stay with me in every small decision I made afterward. I had been driving for hours, the highway gradually narrowing and curving into a single-lane road surrounded by tall pines. Their shadows stretched long and dark as the sun began to lower, and I remember the air starting to feel heavier, thicker, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. The cabin I had rented was supposed to be isolated, exactly what I wanted. No one for miles, a chance to disconnect, a week alone with my thoughts and the natural world. I had imagined long walks, early morning coffee watching the fog drift across the valley, evenings reading by the fire. In my mind, it was perfect. The road became more gravel than asphalt, rough and uneven, and soon my tires crunched over loose stones. The trees pressed closer to the edges of the road. I could feel them leaning in with every turn, like they were observing me, silently judging. I laughed at my own imagination, telling myself I was just tired, overthinking, letting city life make me paranoid. But still, a little part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something about this place was different, and not in a way I could explain. When I finally saw the cabin, it was as though it had been placed in a clearing with precision. The sun was just setting, casting long shadows across the worn wooden planks and the small porch. The structure itself was modest: 2 stories, a peaked roof, a stone chimney, and large windows that reflected the amber light of the sun as it fell below the horizon. There was a small stream nearby, its sound faint but steady, like a heartbeat in the background. I parked the car on the rough dirt path and got out, stretching my legs and taking a deep breath of the cool, damp air. The smell of wood and moss was everywhere, a sharp contrast to the city air I had left behind. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Not the quiet of a peaceful forest with birds and wind rustling leaves, but an almost too complete silence. The kind of silence where every small sound, my boots crunching on stones, the creak of the porch under my weight, felt amplified. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself I was being sensitive, that the city had just made me more aware of sounds and silences alike. I opened the door and stepped inside. The cabin smelled of old wood, a faint mildew, and dust that had settled in the corners. I had brought a flashlight just in case, but there was still enough natural light to see the interior. The living area was small but functional, with a stone fireplace, a wooden table, and 2 chairs. There was a small kitchen with old appliances, a bedroom with a narrow bed, and a bathroom with a clawfoot tub. The furniture was simple, sturdy, not luxurious, but it had character. Everything looked like it had been here for decades, used by countless visitors over the years. I set my bag down and began unpacking, moving slowly, methodically. Night fell quickly. I made a small fire in the fireplace, the flames licking the stone and wood, casting shadows that danced along the walls. The crackle of the fire was comforting, and for a while, I relaxed, telling myself this was exactly what I had wanted. Time alone, simplicity, nothing but me and the forest. I ate a quick dinner I had brought with me, the canned soup and bread strangely satisfying after the long drive. I washed up, laid out my sleeping bag on the bed, and prepared for a long night of rest. Then I noticed the sound. First, I thought it was the wind, the kind of low, rhythmic sound that comes when the wind moves through trees, brushing against branches and leaves. But as I listened more closely, it became clear it wasn't the wind at all. It was a thumping sound, faint, irregular, like something heavy moving in the woods near the cabin. I froze, straining to hear. Each thump was followed by a silence that seemed almost deliberate, as though whatever was making the sound was pausing to listen. I tried to rationalize it. Deer, maybe, small wildlife, but the noise didn't fit the pattern of any animal I had ever heard. It was slow, deliberate, heavy, like footsteps on damp ground. My heart began to pound. I turned off the fire, sat in the dark, and listened. The sound grew slightly louder, closer. It circled the cabin. My mind raced. I had been alone in places before, in forests, camping trips, but never like this. Never this isolated. Never with the sense that something was deliberately moving around me, waiting. I reached for my flashlight, a small, heavy-duty one, and grabbed the baseball bat I had brought from the car. I told myself I wasn't afraid, that I was just being careful. I moved to the window and shone the light into the surrounding woods. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the tree trunks, the ferns, and the uneven ground. Nothing moved, but the sound didn't stop. In fact, it seemed to react. A branch snapped. I shone the light toward it. Still nothing. Hours passed. I stayed awake, sitting in the corner of the room near the door, the bat in my lap, listening. The sounds continued sporadically, circling, stopping, starting again. I didn't sleep at all that night. When dawn finally came, pale and gray, I moved outside cautiously. The forest was quiet, too quiet. I searched the area around the cabin but found no footprints, no disturbance in the ground, nothing to explain the noise. I told myself it was my imagination, that the lack of sleep had played tricks on me. The next few days were tense. I stayed inside during the evenings, listening intently for the slightest sound, moving only during daylight. I explored the area around the cabin during the day, hiking through nearby trails, trying to find any sign of people or animals that could explain the noises. I saw deer, birds, squirrels, even a fox, but nothing large enough to make the heavy thumping sounds. And yet, each night, as darkness fell, the sounds returned. Heavy, deliberate, moving around the cabin. I stopped trying to sleep in the bed and instead camped near the fireplace. Bat at my side, light from the fire casting wide shadows. By the fourth night, I had started to notice other things. Small changes around the cabin. An item slightly moved from where I had left it. A footprint in the mud that wasn't mine. Marks on the wooden steps leading to the porch. I checked and rechecked everything. The doors were locked, windows latched. I had double-checked the car and the cabin multiple times each day. There was no logical explanation. And yet, something was here, and it was moving around, watching, interacting. My phone had no signal and I couldn't call for help. I considered leaving, but the nearest main road was over a mile away, through dense forest, and I didn't know if whatever was outside would let me reach it safely. I tried to think like an animal, to predict its movements, to understand what it wanted. But nothing made sense. It wasn't aggressive, not yet, but the mere presence of it was draining me, breaking me down. My hands shook constantly, my appetite disappeared, and the nights became a struggle just to survive. One morning, exhausted and near collapse, I decided I had to confront the situation. I left the cabin at first light, carrying a small pack, my bat, and a knife I had in the kitchen. I walked slowly, deliberately, scanning the surroundings. Every tree, every shadow felt alive. I made noise as I walked, deliberately moving branches and rocks to announce my presence. The thumping began again, farther back, tracking me. I didn't look back. I kept moving toward the road, following my memory of the path I had driven in. Hours passed. Sweat poured down my back. My legs ached. My mind screamed for rest, but I couldn't stop. Finally, I broke through the last line of trees and saw the road ahead, empty, gray, silent. I ran the last few hundred meters, heart hammering, lungs burning. I reached my car, unlocked it, and threw myself inside. Relief flooded me. I started the engine, glancing at the forest behind me. The thumping had stopped. Whatever had been following me had retreated. The drive back to the nearest town was tense. Every noise from the forest, every movement in my peripheral vision, made me tense, ready to defend myself. I stopped several times to rest, checking the rearview mirror obsessively. By the time I reached civilization, sunlight filtering through the buildings, I felt a strange mix of exhaustion and clarity. I was safe, I was alive, and I had survived. But the forest had left its mark. The memory of those nights, the relentless presence of something unexplainable, stayed with me. After that weekend, I never returned to the cabin, and I never sought isolation in the woods again. I told no one the full story, and I never tried to analyze it too deeply. Some things, I decided, simply exist, and some experiences are not meant to be explained. What mattered was survival. I had left the forest. I had been driving for hours, the road narrowing and twisting as I left the town behind. The GPS signal had gone weak miles ago, and I was mostly following the small, painted signs that pointed toward cabins, trails, and small lodges. The air outside was cold, carrying the faint smell of wet pine and earth, which made the road feel longer and more isolated than it really was. I had planned this weekend for weeks, wanting to escape everything. The constant buzzing of notifications, the pressure at work, the endless chain of obligations, and I thought a remote cabin would be the perfect place to be alone with my thoughts. By the time I reached the turnoff for the cabin, the sun had dipped low, painting the sky in muted orange and gray. I had been told the cabin was a hidden gem, almost forgotten by the world. The last stretch of road was a narrow dirt path, rutted and overgrown in places, and it swirled around the side of a hill that overlooked a dense forest. My car bounced and groaned over the uneven ground, and I had to stop once to check the undercarriage, worried about scraping it. I was alone, with only my backpack, some supplies, and a vague description of the property to guide me. When I finally saw the cabin, it was smaller than I expected, tucked into the edge of a clearing and partially surrounded by tall pines. The wood was weathered, gray and rough, the roof sagging slightly in the middle. There was no electricity, at least none that was obvious, and no sign of anyone around. I parked as close as I dared and stepped out. The air smelled faintly of smoke or maybe damp wood. It was hard to tell, and the forest was silent, except for the faint rustling of branches and an occasional bird calling far away. The first thing I noticed as I approached the door was the lock. An old, rusty padlock dangling on a hasp. I hadn't expected to need to unlock anything. I checked the description from the owner. Yes, it had said, "Padlock for security. Key hidden under the loose stone on the left of the door." I bent down and found the stone, lifting it carefully. The key was there, small and cold in my hand. My heart was pounding a little, mostly from the effort of walking up the hill and the unease of being somewhere so isolated. Not because I feared anything concrete. The inside smelled of old wood, dust, and something faintly metallic, like iron or water that had pooled and rusted somewhere. The light was fading fast, and the only illumination came from the windows, which were small and partially fogged. I dropped my bag, took out the flashlight, and flicked it on. It cut through the dimness in a narrow cone, revealing a simple space. A kitchen area with a small stove, a sink with no running water, a table, a few chairs, and a living area with a couch covered in a dusty cloth. There was a small bedroom in the back with a bed, and a bathroom that looked like it hadn't been used in years, though the toilet seemed functional. I set about making the cabin a little livable for the night. I unpacked my sleeping bag and laid it on the bed, checked the stove, and tried lighting a few candles I had brought in case I ran out of battery power on my flashlight. I collected some dry firewood I had found in a corner and stacked it neatly near the stove. Everything seemed normal, but the isolation was already pressing against me. Being alone in the woods isn't terrifying on its own, but there's a heaviness to it, a quiet that isn't comfortable but active, like the forest itself is listening. Night fell completely. The moon was mostly hidden behind clouds, and the forest beyond the clearing was a wall of black. I tried reading a book to distract myself, but the occasional creaks from the cabin, the sound of a branch snapping far outside, and the constant wind through the trees made it impossible to focus. Then I noticed something else. The padlock on the door wasn't the only lock. There was a second, smaller one on the inside, the type that slides across and clicks into place. I hadn't noticed it at first. The idea that someone else could have been here recently, or might still be around, made my stomach tighten. I checked the windows. All seemed intact. There was no sign of footprints around the cabin beyond mine, though the dirt and leaves were soft enough that anything could have been hidden. Still, I felt uneasy, so I moved the furniture around slightly near the door to create a small barrier. It was irrational, I knew, but it made me feel safer, like I had taken some control. The first night passed with the usual creaks, distant animal noises, and the occasional gust of wind that rattled the old roof. I slept lightly, waking at several points, convinced I had heard footsteps outside. Every time I looked, the clearing was empty, and the forest was still. By morning, I was exhausted but relieved to see daylight, which made everything less threatening, though the sense of isolation remained. I decided to explore the area. There was a small stream about a 10-minute walk from the cabin, and I followed it, thinking I might find something useful for water or just to get my mind off the fear from the night. The forest was thick, the trail not obvious, and the uneven ground forced me to watch my step constantly. I noticed fresh tracks in the mud, probably a deer, but their presence reminded me that the forest was alive, and I was not entirely in control here. I followed the stream for about half an hour and then turned back, feeling a little more confident and accomplished. The second night was harder than the first. I had tried cooking some dehydrated food on the stove, but the flame flickered and smoked. I realized the cabin's ventilation wasn't great. The windows didn't open fully, and the chimney seemed partially blocked. The smoke filled the small space, leaving a lingering smell that made my eyes water. While I cleaned it up, I thought I heard a snapping noise, like someone stepping on a stick outside. My heart raced, but when I shone the flashlight through the windows, nothing was there. I convinced myself it was an animal, probably a raccoon or a deer moving carefully through the underbrush. Still, my unease grew. I double-checked the locks, moved the furniture again, and even placed my backpack near the door, so I could grab my phone or flashlight quickly if necessary. The wind had picked up, rattling the trees in harsh, sudden gusts. Every noise was magnified, the metal roof pinging as a branch hit it, the wood groaning as it shifted with the wind, the faint dripping of water from the roof where it had pooled. It was relentless and exhausting. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of something moving outside. Not heavy steps, but deliberate, careful, and persistent. I held my breath, listening. It didn't stop. My mind raced. Could someone have been following me? Was there a local who didn't like visitors? I didn't know anyone in this area. I had chosen this cabin precisely because it was remote. The sound continued for over an hour, moving around the perimeter, pausing, then starting again. I didn't sleep after that. By dawn, I was jittery, paranoid, and exhausted. I packed a small bag with essentials and planned to hike out, despite my original intention to stay longer. I wanted to see if the noise was a human presence or just an animal, but I knew I couldn't stay another night. I left the cabin locked and started down the path. The forest seemed less threatening in daylight, but I remained vigilant, scanning the trees and underbrush. Occasionally, I thought I saw movement, but each time it was a deer or a bird. Halfway down the path, I stumbled on a faint trail of footprints in the mud that weren't mine. They were human, small, and went both ways, coming from the cabin, then returning. My stomach turned. Whoever had been there had likely been watching me. My pace quickened. I kept moving, glancing back occasionally, and eventually reached the main road where I could see the faint outline of a car approaching. Relief flooded me. I waved, and the driver slowed, stopping to let me hitch a ride back to the nearest town. Back in town, I called the local authorities. They sent someone to check the cabin. Later, I learned that a transient individual had been living near the area for months, sometimes entering abandoned cabins for shelter. There was no sign of violence at the cabin when the police checked it, but they confirmed the footprints matched the description of someone squatting nearby. I realized that my instincts, the unease, the repeated noises, the feeling of being watched, had all been justified. I never returned to that cabin, but I made sure to follow every piece of advice about remote locations after that. I carried extra supplies, always let someone know exactly where I was, and avoided any isolated cabins without more detailed information. The experience left a mark on me. It was the first time I truly understood how small and vulnerable a person could be in a place completely removed from civilization. But it also taught me vigilance and preparedness, and that fear often has a very real, explainable source if you are alert and careful. I had always wanted to escape the noise of the city, to find a place where the only sounds were the wind, the trees, and the distant call of birds. After months of looking, I finally found a cabin for rent, far back in a wooded area, where the road ended and a dirt path wound through dense trees. The cabin was isolated, more than I had imagined. When I arrived, the sun was low, casting long shadows between the trunks of tall pines, and the air smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves. The place looked untouched, almost forgotten, and part of me felt an instant sense of relief. I had wanted isolation, and here it was. The cabin itself was small but solid. Its exterior was made of dark, weathered wood, and the roof had patches of moss growing in irregular patterns. The windows were grimy and streaked, but inside the cabin smelled clean, though faintly of mildew. Dust motes floated in the sunlight that came through the windows, and everything seemed stiff and unused. I unpacked my few belongings slowly, careful to set things in their places. The interior was simple: a living area with a small wood stove, a kitchen corner with a few cabinets and an old sink, and a bedroom with a bed covered in a plain, worn blanket. The bathroom was tiny, with a shower that looked like it hadn't been used in years. That first evening, I lit the stove and watched the fire burn low, feeling a sense of peace I had not known in months. The air outside had grown cold, and the wind rustled the tops of the trees, making a soft, constant sound that seemed to vibrate through the cabin walls. I ate a simple dinner of canned beans and bread, then walked around the small clearing outside the cabin. The dirt path disappeared behind the trees, and everything beyond the cabin seemed unknown, silent in a way that made my skin crawl and yet gave me a strange thrill. As night fell, I noticed the darkness here was different. In the city, even at night, there is light everywhere, from streetlights to cars, and there is always some sound, muffled or faint. Here, there was nothing. The darkness pressed against the cabin like a living thing, thick and heavy, and the wind had shifted, carrying sounds I did not recognize. Small branches snapped somewhere far off, and I thought I could hear the scurry of some small animal on the forest floor. I lit a candle on the table, sitting with it flickering in the darkness while I tried to read, but my eyes kept darting to the shadows beyond the window. Each sound seemed louder than it should be. The groan of a branch against the cabin wall, the distant crash of something falling in the woods, the rustle of dry leaves stirred by the wind. The first night was long. Sleep came in fits and startled moments. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of the wind, felt amplified, as if the forest itself were moving just beyond the walls, waiting. I kept my phone close, though I had no signal. The battery felt like my only link to the outside world, a lifeline to safety I could only imagine. At some point, I must have slept lightly, but it was not restful. The next day, I tried to shake off the unease by exploring the surrounding area. I followed a faint trail that led downhill from the cabin. The trees were thick, the underbrush tangled, and the ground was slippery with damp leaves and pine needles. I walked slowly, examining the forest floor for animal tracks, trying to find something to focus on beyond the oppressive silence. Occasionally, I glimpsed small creatures, a rabbit, a squirrel, birds darting through the trees. The sun was high and warm, but the shadows were deep and constant. I kept thinking about the path I had followed, aware that turning back was the only option. It was then I noticed something unusual. There were footprints in the mud, human footprints, fresh and deliberate. They led toward the cabin. I froze. The prints were not mine, and they were too large for the small, wandering hikers that might occasionally pass through. They were deep, indicating weight, and the mud around them was wet, suggesting they had been made very recently. I traced them for a short distance before the forest grew too thick. My heart began to race. Could someone else have been here watching the cabin, or following the path I had taken? I felt exposed, but the logical part of me reasoned that people rarely came here. The cabin was far from any main trail. The prints might have been old, or they could have been a coincidence. I returned to the cabin cautiously, keeping my eyes on the trees, aware that every snap of a branch could signal movement. That night, the darkness was worse. I kept a small axe by the door and a flashlight in my pocket, moving around the cabin to make sure the doors and windows were secure. I could hear something outside, faint, deliberate steps on the fallen leaves. They circled the cabin at first, and I stayed still, straining to hear. The footsteps stopped. My pulse pounded, and I realized that if someone was out there, they had no intention of showing themselves. I could not see anything beyond the weak pool of light from the candle flickering in the window. The hours dragged on. Every time the wind shifted, I imagined the movement was closer, felt like someone brushing against the cabin's outer wall. The darkness became a presence, almost suffocating. I thought about leaving, about hiking back the long way to the road, but it was already deep night, and the idea of walking through the forest in darkness was more terrifying than staying put. I tried to sleep, but every creak of wood, every shifting shadow, sent me sitting upright with a cold sweat. By the third day, I had decided to explore again, but cautiously. I packed a small bag with water, a flashlight, and a pocket knife. I followed the same trail, noticing more footprints now, deeper in the mud, forming a rough circle around the cabin. Someone had been here, watching, marking their territory. Panic was no longer an option. It had turned into alertness, a sharp edge of fear that kept me scanning every tree. I found signs of campfires, small cleared spaces in the forest where someone could hide and watch without being seen. The realization hit me. I was being observed, and it had been going on for longer than I realized. That evening, I fortified the cabin. I stacked firewood against the windows, wedged the doors, and made sure the stove was ready to burn brightly. I kept my phone close, though still no signal. The footsteps returned, louder, deliberate. They circled the cabin. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move beyond the window. I held my breath, stayed frozen. Whatever it was, it left, and I did not see it again that night. I could not sleep, but I knew I could not leave yet. I had no energy to fight through the forest in darkness. The following day, I decided to wait for the visitor to reveal their intention. I stayed inside, moving only to check the perimeter. I listened to every sound. I mapped out the pattern of the footsteps and noticed that they always came from the same direction. From the north, a dense part of the forest where the trail narrowed. I realized that whoever had been following me had a routine, and they were cautious. They had not tried to break in, but they had made sure I knew they were present. That night was the longest. The footsteps came earlier than usual, circling the cabin in a slow, deliberate way. I stayed in the bedroom, the axe in hand, flashlight at my side. I could see the faint outlines of someone outside the window, not moving quickly, just watching. My mind raced with possibilities. Why was this person here? What did they want? But fear was stronger than curiosity. Hours passed. The footsteps eventually faded, and the forest returned to silence. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn, exhausted, muscles tense, eyes sore from staring at the dark. With the morning came clarity. I realized that waiting and hiding was no longer enough. I had to take action, but carefully. I packed essential supplies, enough water and food to last a day, and began a slow, careful descent to the road. The forest was quieter in the morning, shadows retreating, the sunlight breaking through the canopy in sharp, golden beams. I moved cautiously, watching for footprints, for any sign of being followed. The walk was long, tense, and exhausting. Every sound put me on edge. By mid-afternoon, I finally reached the dirt road that led back to civilization. Relief hit me hard. I did not look back. I kept walking until I reached the nearest town, where I could use a phone and call for help if needed. When I returned later with authorities, they found nothing in the forest to suggest anyone had been living there long-term, only the disturbed leaves and footprints I had tracked. It was possible the person had moved on, but the unease lingered in me, a shadow of the fear that had consumed those nights. In the weeks that followed, I realized the experience had changed me. I understood now the depth of isolation and the intensity of being watched, of being aware that someone could be near, silent, patient, calculating. I had survived, but survival had required extreme alertness, careful planning, and the ability to stay calm under fear I had never known before. I returned to the city, but I carried the memory of the cabin, of the dark forest, of the footsteps circling outside in the night. I never went back, but the experience left me with a lasting. I had planned the trip for months, carefully mapping out every detail, convincing myself it was just a simple escape from the city, a weekend in a small cabin deep in the woods. I wanted the quiet, the isolation, the chance to breathe air that wasn't thick with exhaust and noise. I found a cabin online, a small, sturdy structure sitting at the edge of a lake, surrounded by a dense mix of pines, oaks, and birch. The owner's description promised privacy: a wood stove, a supply of firewood stacked neatly outside, and a little dock that led into the water. I told myself I was prepared, that I could handle being alone. I had spent nights imagining sitting by the fire, reading, cooking my own food, and just existing without the constant hum of modern life. The drive there was long, nearly 2.5 hours from the city, and it stretched into dusk. The road narrowed the further I drove, twisting and curving through hills and valleys that became wilder and less familiar with every mile. The trees grew denser, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine. I had to slow down several times to navigate fallen branches or patches of gravel, but part of me felt exhilarated. Being alone here, miles from anyone, it felt freeing. I knew it could also be dangerous, but I brushed the thought aside. When I finally arrived, the cabin was just as it had appeared in the photos. A simple one-story structure with a small porch and a chimney that reached into the early evening sky. A thin trail led from the road to the cabin, just wide enough for a single car, and I parked with a little more caution than I would have in the city. The The sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the ground, turning the woods into a mix of gold and dark green. I grabbed my bags, my backpack, and a lantern, and walked up the little steps to the porch. The door opened easily, and I stepped inside. The cabin smelled of wood, old dust, and the faint tang of pine sap. Inside, it was simple. A small living area, a compact kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom with a single bed. Everything was functional, nothing fancy, but it was clean. I dropped my bags and took a moment to just look around. The windows faced the lake and the forest, and the evening light made the water shimmer through the trees. I felt a sense of accomplishment, a quiet happiness that I had made it here. I unpacked some essentials, stacked firewood near the stove, and made a small meal. Outside, the forest was silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the faint call of a bird returning to its nest. The world felt distant. That night, I slept lightly. I had left the window slightly cracked, the cool night air drifting in. Somewhere in the distance, an animal called out, a fox maybe, or a coyote. Couldn't be sure. The sound was eerie in the darkness, and I found myself awake more than once, listening to the night. But it wasn't frightening. It was simply unfamiliar. By morning, I was restless. I had brought a map, some basic supplies, and I wanted to explore the surrounding forest before the full day got away from me. The trail behind the cabin led into the trees, a narrow dirt path lined with fallen leaves. I walked slowly, paying attention to the sounds of the woods, the crunch of my boots against twigs, the way the wind moved through the branches, the occasional splash in the lake as a fish jumped. It was peaceful, but it also made me hyper-aware of the solitude. There was no one else here. No cars, no voices, no other cabins. Just me. I tried to remind myself that I liked the solitude, that I had chosen it. But as the hours passed, a creeping awareness settled over me. The woods seemed endless, the trail twisting in ways I didn't fully remember from the map. I returned to the cabin before nightfall, though not without some unease. The path seemed longer on the way back, and the shadows were thicker. I lit the stove, made a modest dinner, and tried to focus on simple tasks. I collected more firewood, organized my small kitchen, and double-checked my supplies. Every small noise seemed louder: the creak of the cabin settling, the rustle of small animals outside, the occasional groan of a tree in the wind. I told myself it was all normal. That night, I slept slightly better, though my dreams were filled with being lost in the woods, calling for help that never came. The next day was when things began to shift. I woke to a thin layer of frost on the ground. The air was sharp, colder than I had expected, and my breath formed mist in the cabin as I prepared a quick breakfast. I had planned to hike deeper into the forest, perhaps even reach a small clearing the map had marked as a scenic overlook. I packed water, snacks, my compass, and a small first aid kit. I was meticulous in my preparation. I didn't want to take any chances. The forest that day was denser, the trees older and closer together. The trail became less distinct, covered with leaves and debris. I moved carefully, marking my path with small piles of stones so I could find my way back. I passed streams, climbed over fallen logs, and followed faint signs of wildlife. The day passed uneventfully, and I began to relax. But as evening approached, I realized the sun was lower than I had expected. The shadows were long, and the forest was turning a muted gray. I quickened my pace, eager to return before it got dark. That's when I noticed the first sign that something was off. A small tree, freshly broken, leaned against another near the trail. Could have been natural, but it looked deliberate. I shrugged it off, but my stomach tightened. Then I heard it, a low, distant crackling sound, like someone moving through the underbrush. I froze, straining to listen. The noise stopped. I waited several minutes, then resumed walking, telling myself it was just an animal. But a lingering tension followed me. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves felt amplified. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sky was nearly dark. I hurried inside, locked the door, and double-checked the windows. I set the fire, made dinner, and tried to calm my racing thoughts. But that night, sleep was difficult. Every sound outside, The wind, the trees, distant calls of wildlife seemed to carry weight. I imagined someone walking just beyond the reach of my lantern, moving silently. I forced myself to reason that it was improbable, that no one could have found this cabin so deep in the woods. Still, unease settled into my bones. The following day, I awoke to a different kind of tension. The frost had returned, thicker this time, and the woods were quiet in a way that felt unnatural. I had planned another hike, but something inside me resisted. I felt a growing sense of being watched, though logically I knew I was alone. I stayed near the cabin, collecting firewood, organizing my supplies, and keeping the stove going. It was monotonous work, but it kept me distracted. Yet every noise outside made me tense. I noticed subtle changes. Footprints near the edge of the cabin that weren't mine. Small broken branches that I hadn't seen before. I convinced myself they were from animals. By the third night, the tension had become a constant, gnawing presence. I slept fitfully, waking repeatedly to check the door, the windows, even the small back porch. The wind seemed louder, carrying sounds I couldn't identify. My imagination ran wild, building scenarios of someone discovering me in the cabin, of being trapped in this isolated place. I felt completely alone, yet acutely aware of every detail around me. The creaking of the floorboards, the flicker of the firelight against the walls, the shadows that danced and shifted. On the fourth day, I made a decision. I would leave. I packed my things, checked my map, and prepared for the drive back. But the moment I stepped outside, I saw something that froze me in place. Footprints, fresh and human, leading from the forest to the cabin and stopping just short of the porch. My heart raced and I scanned the trees. The woods were still, almost too still. I called out, but no voice answered. I knew I had to leave, but I also knew that whatever had been here could still be nearby. I got back to the car as quickly as possible, not daring to glance back. I drove slowly, eyes scanning the forest, ready to react. Every shadow on the road seemed a threat, every sound amplified. The road twisted and turned, and I stayed alert, knowing that at any moment someone, or something, could appear. Hours passed before I reached a stretch of road with other houses, signs of civilization. I allowed myself a small measure of relief, but I kept my pace steady, unwilling to relax fully. By the time I returned to the city, I was exhausted. I had spent 4 days in isolation, constantly aware of my surroundings, aware of the subtle signs that something, or someone, had been moving near me. The cabin itself was harmless. It was simply the combination of solitude and uncertainty that had heightened my fear. I realized that while I had planned for wilderness survival, I had underestimated the psychological effect of complete isolation. In the weeks that followed, I avoided the forest entirely. I researched I had been planning the trip for months. The cabin was tucked deep in the forest, miles from the nearest town, and I had chosen it precisely because it promised solitude. I was exhausted from work, drained by the endless cycle of meetings and obligations, and I craved nothing more than a few days of isolation. The drive had taken longer than I expected, the winding dirt roads cutting through dense trees that blocked the sun, the smell of pine and damp soil filling the car. I kept glancing at the map, double-checking I hadn't missed a turn, because the last thing I wanted was to get lost before even reaching the cabin. When I finally arrived, the sun was already low in the sky, filtering through the tall oaks and maples that surrounded the small clearing where the cabin stood. It was an old structure, not dilapidated but worn. The wooden siding darkened with age and weather. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the chimney looked like it hadn't been swept in a long time. A narrow path led to the front door, overgrown with weeds and scattered leaves, and I could see faint tire tracks in the mud from previous visitors. I parked, stepped out, and took a deep breath. The air was crisp, clean, and smelled faintly of rain, even though the sky was clear. Inside, the cabin was rustic but serviceable. There was a small kitchen with basic appliances, a single bedroom with a narrow bed, a living room with a sagging couch, and a wood-burning stove in the corner. The furniture was old but functional, and the place smelled faintly of dust and wood polish. I unpacked slowly, arranging my things carefully, checking the locks on the doors and windows. Despite my excitement, a slight unease gnawed at me. Being alone in the middle of the forest was peaceful, yes, but it also made me hyper-aware of every sound. The creak of the wooden floorboards, the rustling of the leaves outside, the distant call of a bird or a crow. That night, I made a small fire in the stove, the wood crackling and sending a warm glow across the room. I sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, reading a book and drinking tea. The forest outside seemed calm at first, the wind whispering through the trees. But as darkness deepened, the sounds became sharper, more pronounced. I could hear branches scraping against the windows, the occasional thump of something large moving in the underbrush, and the soft patter of what I thought was rain. But when I checked, the windows were dry. My heart began to race. Around midnight, I heard it, a distinct crunching of leaves near the cabin. I froze, straining to listen. The sound was deliberate, too steady to be an animal wandering aimlessly. It circled the cabin slowly, as if someone or something was testing the perimeter. I told myself it must be a deer or a raccoon, but deep down, I knew it didn't sound right. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it outside, scanning the dark trees, the muddy path leading away from the cabin. Nothing moved, but the leaves rustled as if disturbed by footsteps. My pulse quickened. I considered calling someone, but there was no cell signal. I realized then that in this isolation, I was entirely on my own. I locked the doors, bolted the windows, and tried to calm myself. I told myself I was imagining things, that the forest was full of noises I wasn't used to. I sat on the edge of the bed, flashlight on, ears straining. The crunching returned, this time coming from the back of the cabin. Slow, deliberate, heavy steps pressing into the soft soil. I remembered the small axe I had brought for firewood. It wasn't much, but it could help if I needed to defend myself. I gripped it tightly, moving to the door that led to the back deck. My legs felt weak, trembling not from cold but from fear. Then I heard the first knock. One hard, deliberate strike against the wooden door. My stomach dropped. It wasn't an animal. Animals didn't knock. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Who would come out here, miles from anything, in the middle of the night? I whispered to myself that maybe someone had gotten lost, or maybe it was a hiker, but the fear in my chest refused to dissipate. Another knock, louder this time, echoing through the still night. I stepped back, gripping the axe, and made a decision. I would not open the door. I could hear movement around the cabin, heavy footsteps scraping the underbrush, circling slowly. I spent the night listening, never sleeping, every sound amplified by fear. The steps eventually stopped as dawn approached, and the first pale light filtering through the windows revealed nothing outside. No tracks, no signs of anyone, just the disturbed leaves and the damp earth. I felt relief, but it was tempered by a lingering tension, an awareness that whatever had been outside could return. Over the next day, I checked the perimeter carefully, noting every entry point, every broken branch, and every footprint in the mud. There were signs of someone or something having been near the cabin. A flattened patch of grass, footprints too large for a deer, a scrap of torn fabric snagged on a bush. I reinforced the locks, improvised barriers, and made sure my axe and a heavy metal pipe were within reach. The isolation that had once seemed so appealing now felt oppressive, a constant pressure on my mind. I tried to rationalize the fear. Maybe someone had been camping nearby and had wandered close. Maybe it was a hunter or a trespasser. But the deliberate nature of the movements around the cabin didn't fit any of those explanations. I stayed alert, checking the windows every hour, moving quietly inside so as not to alert anyone outside. The forest, once inviting, now felt like a cage, every tree a potential hiding place for someone waiting. The second night was worse. The knocks returned, slower, deliberate, and followed by scratching against the wood. I shone my flashlight outside and saw a shadow move between the trees, quick, deliberate. My hands shook as I held the axe, standing behind the locked door. The shadow disappeared as quickly as it appeared. I realized then that this was no random hiker or lost person. Whoever was outside had been studying the cabin, testing the doors, waiting for me to make a mistake. The realization made me feel small, exposed, and vulnerable. I decided to stay awake the rest of the night. I moved every few hours, checking the windows, pacing the room, listening for any sound. The forest was alive with movement, the branches snapping, the leaves rustling. I kept my phone close, even though I had no signal, because I had memorized the emergency number and could try again if I found a spot on the hill where reception existed. I ate nothing, drank little, but my fear kept me alert, and I survived the night. When morning came, I was exhausted but determined. I packed supplies into a backpack: water, canned food, my flashlight, the axe, a folding knife, and a small first aid kit. I decided I would leave the cabin, trek down the road, and reach the nearest town to report what had happened. I moved quickly but cautiously, scanning the trees for any signs of movement. Every sound set my nerves on edge: a branch snapping, a bird taking flight, a rustle in the leaves. I kept walking, never straying from the road, until I finally reached a clearing where my car was parked. The car had been untouched, thankfully, and I quickly got inside. I started the engine and drove slowly, keeping an eye on the surrounding forest. For the first few miles, I didn't see anyone, but I felt the weight of being watched, of someone possibly following. I kept my distance from the trees, sticking to the center of the road, until finally I reached a place where cell signal returned. I called the local police, explaining my situation, describing the cabin, the footprints, the knocks, and the shadows. When the police arrived the next day, they found signs that someone had been living in the forest near the cabin. Makeshift shelters, discarded food, and evidence of previous intrusions into cabins in the area. They reassured me that I had done the right thing leaving immediately and that staying inside could have been dangerous. They explained that people sometimes hide in remote forests for weeks, waiting, observing, and that my instincts had likely saved me from a potentially violent encounter. I never returned to that cabin. The experience stayed with me, a lingering memory of fear and isolation that I could not shake. But it also taught me the value of vigilance, preparation, and trusting my instincts. I started taking self-defense courses, learned more about wilderness survival, and made sure to always let someone know exactly where I would be when venturing into remote areas. The cabin was a reminder that solitude can be beautiful but also dangerous, and that sometimes the scariest things are not imagined. They are real, silent, and waiting in the shadows, testing your every move. Even now, years later, I can still picture the cabin, the dark trees pressing close, the sound of deliberate footsteps in the underbrush, and the feeling of being completely alone, completely exposed. The fear never fully disappears, but I have learned to respect it, to use it as a guide rather than a paralyzing force. And I have learned that in situations like that, survival is not about courage. I had been planning the trip for months, searching for the perfect remote spot where I could escape the constant noise and pressure of the city. I wanted a cabin that was completely isolated, far enough from any other dwellings that I could hear only the wind in the trees and the occasional snap of a branch under a wild animal's foot. I found one online, a small log cabin on the edge of a dense forest, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that twisted through miles of pine trees. The pictures were simple but promising. The cabin was sturdy, with a pitched roof and a stone chimney, surrounded by tall grass and thick woods. The owner claimed it had electricity and a wood-burning stove, but no cell service or internet, which was exactly what I wanted. I packed carefully, making sure to bring enough food for the week, plenty of water, a first aid kit, extra blankets, and a large flashlight with extra batteries. I double-checked the directions, printed a map, and even marked several landmarks along the route in case I got lost. I left on a Friday morning, driving my old sedan down the highway until the asphalt ended, and I was forced onto a dirt road that wound between trees so dense I could barely see the sky. The air changed almost immediately. The scent of pine and wet earth replaced the faint exhaust and gasoline smell from the city, and the sound of traffic disappeared entirely. It was unnervingly quiet, almost too quiet, like the forest itself was holding its breath. The dirt road was rough and narrow, and I had to drive slowly to avoid deep ruts and hidden rocks. After what felt like hours, the trees began to thin, and I finally saw the cabin. It was smaller than I expected, but that didn't bother me. It had a porch with a couple of rocking chairs and a stack of firewood against one wall. The windows were clean, and the door looked solid. I parked my car on a small patch of flattened grass, shut the engine off, and listened. The silence was intense, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. I started unloading my gear, carrying the heavier items inside first. The cabin smelled faintly of wood smoke and cleaning products, and the interior was simple. A small living area with a sofa and a dining table, a tiny kitchen with basic utensils, a bedroom with a double bed, and a bathroom that looked functional but old. I plugged in the small lamp on the table and examined the stove. It had a layer of ash in the bottom, which meant someone had used it recently, but the chimney seemed clear. I felt a flicker of unease at being alone in such a remote place, but I pushed it aside. I had chosen this isolation after all. The first night was surprisingly peaceful. I lit a fire in the stove, cooked a simple dinner, and settled into the sofa with a book. The forest outside was alive with faint sounds. An owl hooting in the distance, the wind shaking the branches, the occasional rustle that might have been an animal. At first, it was comforting, a reminder that I was surrounded by life, not trapped in silence. But as the night deepened, I started noticing the subtler sounds. A tap at the window, the soft scuff of what could be paws against the cabin walls, the shifting of branches that sounded almost deliberate. My stomach tightened. I told myself it was my imagination, or perhaps a deer or raccoon moving through the underbrush. Still, I kept the flashlight close and the fire burning longer than necessary. The next morning, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I walked along a narrow trail that led deeper into the forest, noting the different types of trees, the thick moss that covered the rocks, and the small streams trickling between roots and stones. It was beautiful and eerie at the same time. Every so often, I would hear the snap of a branch behind me and quickly turn, but nothing was ever there. By midday, I returned to the cabin tired but satisfied. I made lunch, and as I ate, I glanced out the window at the shadows creeping through the trees. Something didn't feel right, though I couldn't put my finger on it. That night, the sense of unease escalated. I was sitting near the stove, fire crackling, when I heard a loud knock on the cabin door. My heart jumped. I froze, straining my ears, but there was only silence after that first knock. I told myself it was a branch hitting the door or a piece of debris, but the knock had been too deliberate, too solid. I checked the locks and looked through the window. The forest was empty, the shadows long and dark, but no one was there. I couldn't see anyone or anything. I tried to convince myself to go to bed, but sleep was elusive. I kept the fire going, the flashlight by my side, and the knife from my kitchen drawer within reach. The following day, I found signs that made me truly anxious. On the trail I had walked the previous day, I noticed footprints that were not mine, not animal-like, but human. They were large, heavy, and fresh, pressed into the soft earth. I followed them cautiously for a short distance, but they disappeared into thick brush. My stomach churned. I had chosen isolation, but now I was aware that I wasn't entirely alone. I returned to the cabin quickly, locked every door and window, and checked every corner. Nothing seemed disturbed inside, but the feeling of being watched settled over me. Over the next few days, the pattern continued. Footprints appeared outside the cabin every morning. Small things were out of place inside. The firewood slightly moved, a kitchen towel shifted, a faint smear of mud near the back door. Nothing was taken, nothing broken, but the evidence of someone else's presence was undeniable. I stayed near the cabin, never venturing far into the forest, and always kept the doors locked. At night, I could hear faint footsteps circling the cabin, whispering that someone or something was out there, waiting. By the fifth day, I realized I had to do something. The situation was escalating. I had supplies, but the mental strain of being watched was taking its toll. I packed my essentials, making a plan to leave as soon as daylight allowed. I double-checked the map, noting the route back to the main road. That night, I sat awake, listening to the sounds outside. At one point, I saw a shadow moving past the window, tall and human-shaped. My heart raced, but I stayed put, not wanting to reveal that I had seen it. When morning came, I moved quickly. I loaded my car in a tense silence, checking around every corner. The forest seemed unnervingly still, almost as if it had been holding its breath, waiting. I locked the cabin, slipped into the car, and started down the dirt road. My eyes darted constantly to the trees, searching for any sign of movement. I drove faster than I had on the way in, wary of rocks and ruts, my hands tight on the steering wheel. I didn't stop until the dirt road ended at the highway. Once on the paved road, I allowed myself to relax slightly, though I kept looking in the rearview mirror. Back in the city, the experience haunted me. I told no one the full details at first, afraid of being dismissed or mocked. But I reported the cabin's location to the local authorities, who investigated. They found signs that the area was occasionally used by squatters, and there were reports of thefts and harassment in other isolated cabins nearby. I was lucky. Nothing physical happened to me, but the psychological weight of knowing someone had been so close, watching me for days without confrontation, lingered for weeks. Months later, I returned to that stretch of highway and drove past the turnoff to the cabin. The forest looked peaceful from the road, calm and quiet, almost innocent. But I knew the truth. I had been there. I had felt the presence of someone else, and I had survived. The experience changed me, made me more cautious, more aware of the fragility of safety in places where isolation meets human intent. I still loved nature, still sought quiet spots, but I never again looked at a remote cabin with naive confidence. I learned something vital from that experience. Isolation can be a refuge, but it can also be a trap. Human nature, in its unpredictable ways, can turn solitude into fear. I left the cabin, the forest, and the dirt roads behind, carrying only the memory and the lesson. I survived because I was careful, because I stayed alert, and because I trusted my instincts. In the end, the cabin remained just a cabin, the forest just trees and shadows, but the fear I felt was real, and the clarity I gained from it stayed with me long after I had left the place behind. I never liked being alone in the woods, but I had convinced myself that this trip was necessary. I wanted a break from everything, a few days to clear my head, to escape the noise of the city, the constant emails, the people who always needed something. I had rented a small cabin deep in a forested area that few people knew about, a place where the nearest town was almost an hour away by narrow, winding roads. The map had warned me of unpaved stretches, of steep hills and sharp turns, but I thought that would make it more private, more peaceful. The drive there had been longer than I expected. The sun was low in the sky when I finally turned off the main road, and the forest seemed to close in around me, dense and dark even in the fading light. The gravel path under my tires crunched loudly, and every few minutes I saw a movement out of the corner of my eye. Birds flying away, or perhaps deer, I wasn't sure. When I reached the cabin, I noticed it was small and older than I had imagined from the listing. The wood on the outside was gray with age, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. There was no electricity, just a small solar panel, and I had been told the water came from a nearby well. The first thing I did was walk around the cabin, checking the doors and windows. Everything was locked, or at least secure, and the air smelled sharp and clean. Pine, earth, and wet leaves. I unpacked slowly, taking my time to arrange things as I liked. Sleeping bag on the floor near the fireplace, food in a small cupboard, a few tools near the back door. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, and it sounded unnervingly like whispering. I laughed at myself for imagining voices. Night fell fast. I built a fire in the stone fireplace and watched the flames flicker. The shadows they cast danced on the walls and ceiling. The silence around me was nearly total, broken only by the occasional snapping of a branch outside or the distant call of an owl. I tried to relax, reminding myself I was here to rest, to escape stress, but sleep didn't come easily. The wind shifted suddenly, blowing sharply against the cabin, and I thought I heard the soft scrape of something on the outside wall. Maybe a branch, maybe an animal. I had to remind myself it wasn't anything else. The first night was restless. Every creak in the cabin, every moan of the trees, kept me on edge. I woke several times to check that the doors were still locked, that the windows hadn't rattled open. By morning, I felt drained but relieved the sun was out. The cabin looked less intimidating in daylight, less like it had secrets. I gathered wood for the fireplace and decided to explore the surrounding area. There was a small path leading downhill toward what the listing had said was a stream. Walking through the trees, I noticed how quiet it was, how isolated. No other hikers, no dogs barking in the distance. Nothing but the forest and me. The second night felt different. I had been hiking lightly in the afternoon and returned to the cabin tired. As I unpacked some supplies, I noticed that one of the small windows was slightly ajar. I was sure I had closed it. I went to the latch and locked it firmly. Maybe it had been loose, or maybe the wind had blown it open. I told myself not to overthink it. But that night, while lying on my sleeping bag near the fireplace, I heard something more distinct than just wind or branches. A scraping noise, low and deliberate, coming from the side of the cabin. It stopped, then started again, like someone moving slowly along the outside wall. My stomach dropped. I stayed still, listening, my heart pounding so loudly I was afraid it might wake something outside. I couldn't tell how long I stayed awake, but when the first gray light of dawn touched the treetops, I went outside. The ground was disturbed. Footprints? I couldn't be sure, but there were marks in the dirt around the side of the cabin that hadn't been there before. Not large, but uneven, like someone walking cautiously. My mind raced. Could someone have been following me here? The nearest road was far. I had told no one exactly where I was staying. I checked the doors again, examined the windows. Everything seemed fine, but my hands trembled slightly. I packed a small bag with essentials: flashlight, knife, water, food, and decided to walk back toward the road, just to see if anyone was around. The forest was denser than I remembered. Every step made my nerves tighter. Twigs snapped underfoot. The air smelled of damp soil and pine. I stayed alert, scanning every shadow, every movement. Hours passed and I saw nothing. No people, no animals close enough to be a threat. Eventually, I returned to the cabin, exhausted and tense. I couldn't explain the marks. Could it have been an animal? A bear or a large dog? Possibly, but something about the pattern of the footprints didn't feel right. Over the next day, I tried to keep busy. I gathered more wood, made a simple fire-cooked meal, and cleaned up inside. But I noticed other small things. A branch broken near the back door, the sound of something heavy moving in the brush at night, the occasional flicker of movement just beyond the tree line. Each time, I reminded myself I was alone in the wilderness. There were deer, raccoons, maybe a stray coyote. I tried to reason with myself, but sleep that night was even worse than the previous night. I kept hearing scraping, scratching, the occasional soft thud. I stayed awake most of the night, sitting near the fireplace, listening. By the third night, I realized the noises were coming from multiple directions. Something or someone was outside the cabin. I had no weapons, only a small kitchen knife and a hatchet I kept near the door. The fire was low, and the cabin felt exposed, vulnerable. I considered leaving, but the nearest road was still miles away, and driving at night through the forest seemed more dangerous. So I stayed, my senses stretched to the limit. I lay on the floor with my knife nearby, the flashlight within reach, listening to every sound. Footsteps, a branch snapping, then silence. My mind conjured shapes in the darkness, figures moving just outside the firelight. Morning never came quickly enough. When it did, I moved quickly, checking all entrances, ensuring the cabin had no surprises. I left my small bag packed and started down the path toward the main road. Each rustle of leaves set me on edge. I thought about how close I had come to something I couldn't control, but I also realized that my fear had been magnified by isolation. by the fact that I was alone and in an unfamiliar environment. The walk back took longer than expected. The terrain was rough, the hills steep, and my pace was cautious. When I finally reached the main road, I felt a wave of relief I hadn't anticipated. Cars passed by, people were around. I felt safe again. I didn't go back to the cabin that day. Instead, I drove toward the nearest town, found a small motel, and booked a room for the night. I called the rental company to report the strange occurrences, mentioning the marks and noises, and they told me no one else had reported anything similar, but they would check. In the days that followed, I tried to process what had happened. I returned home, tired, tense, and more aware of my surroundings than ever before. I had gone into the forest thinking it would be peaceful, but the experience taught me that isolation in the wilderness comes with real risks. There are no ghosts or fairy tale monsters, but a human or animal can enter your space without warning, and the consequences can be serious. I learned to respect that, to prepare better, and to trust my instincts when something feels off. The cabin stayed in my memory, a quiet, haunting reminder that solitude in nature is not always safe, that even in the beauty of the forest, danger can exist quietly, just out of sight. It started as a simple plan. I had been feeling burned out for months, trapped in the same routines, and my work had become more about enduring hours than accomplishing anything meaningful. When I first found the listing for the cabin online, it seemed perfect. It was remote, far from the city and its noise, nestled deep in the woods near a lake. The photos showed a small wooden structure, weathered but sturdy, surrounded by dense forest, with a narrow dirt path leading down to a quiet shore. There were no neighbors visible, no cars, no roads apart from the faint trail leading to the cabin. It promised isolation, silence, and space. Exactly what I thought I needed. I packed my car the night before with careful precision. My backpack contained all the essentials: food, water, a first aid kit, and basic cooking supplies. I brought extra blankets, a flashlight, and a small battery-powered lantern. I also packed a few books, a journal, and my camera, intending to document my time away from the city. I didn't want to rely on modern conveniences like Wi-Fi or even cell service. The idea was to disconnect entirely, to spend days alone in nature and escape the noise in my mind. I left early in the morning, driving for hours on winding roads until the trees became thicker, taller, and older, until the sunlight barely touched the ground. At some point, asphalt gave way to gravel, and gravel turned into dirt, and I knew I was close. Arriving at the cabin, I felt a strange mixture of relief and apprehension. The place looked exactly as the photos promised, but in reality, it was different in subtle ways that made my skin crawl and yet drew me in. The air smelled damp and earthy, heavy with moss and decaying leaves. Birds chirped faintly in the distance, though closer to the cabin, the woods were eerily silent. I parked my car and unloaded my things. The cabin itself was small, one story, made of dark wood. The windows were grimy but intact, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. A stone chimney hinted at a fireplace inside. The door creaked when I opened it, but it was solid. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust and old wood. The floorboards were uneven, and the furniture was minimal. A small table, 2 chairs, a bed, and a wood stove. It was enough, and I felt a flicker of satisfaction. This was going to be my sanctuary. The first day passed in a haze of settling in. I unpacked everything, stacked firewood neatly, and swept some of the dust off the floor. I walked around the small property, noting the lake, the trail leading into the deeper woods, and the occasional animal tracks: squirrel, deer, maybe a coyote. The sun dropped quickly behind the trees, casting long shadows. I lit a fire in the stove, made a simple meal, and watched the smoke curl up the chimney. That night, I slept deeply, the quietness of the forest wrapping around me like a blanket. For a while, I felt safe, almost too safe. It was the second day when things started to shift. I had planned to hike along the trail that led deeper into the woods, maybe even reach a small waterfall the listing had mentioned. I left in the morning with my backpack, a water bottle, a small first aid kit, and my camera. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places. The trees grew thick, the canopy blocking much of the sunlight. I noticed that some parts of the trail looked disturbed, as if someone had recently walked through them, though I knew there were few visitors in the area. I tried to shake off the unease, convincing myself it was just the wind or falling branches. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Even the birds seemed to disappear. Occasionally, I thought I heard distant rustling, but there was no clear source. I chalked it up to small animals, maybe deer or raccoons. By the time I reached the area where the waterfall should have been, the sun was high and bright, but the forest itself seemed to absorb the light. The waterfall existed, just as described, a narrow cascade over a rocky ledge, surrounded by thick ferns and moss-covered stones. I took some photos and explored the edges of the small pool at the base, slipping slightly on wet rocks. I felt a small thrill. Being completely alone in this untouched place was exhilarating. On the way back, I realized I had lost track of some markers along the trail. I thought I recognized certain trees and rocks, but as I continued walking, nothing seemed familiar. Panic began to edge in. I had been careful, had the map in my pocket, and knew roughly the distance back to the cabin, but the forest now felt like a maze. I pressed on, telling myself I just needed to stay calm and pay attention. I tried to retrace my steps, but every path looked the same. Dense trees, dark undergrowth, patches of sunlight flickering on the ground. I felt the first real fear of my life in the pit of my stomach. I had always thought I could handle being alone, but the forest had a way of making one feel utterly insignificant. Hours passed. The sun began to sink, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for me. I realized I had underestimated the distance, and my anxiety grew. My legs ached, my water bottle was half empty, and I could feel the first hints of dehydration and exhaustion. The trail markers I had counted on were nowhere to be found. Every step felt heavier. I tried calling my cell phone, but there was no signal. That familiar sense of safety I had enjoyed in the cabin evaporated completely. Darkness would be here soon, and the forest could hide anything. I reminded myself that panicking would only make things worse, so I slowed down, trying to pay attention to subtle landmarks, trying to remember which direction the sun had been in earlier. When night fell, I had to accept that I was lost. The darkness was not complete. The moon was thin but provided some light, and the stars peered through gaps in the trees. I knew I couldn't continue blindly, so I stopped in a small clearing, using a fallen log as a makeshift seat. I rested my pack against a tree and took stock. I had some water and a small amount of food, a flashlight, and my basic survival gear. I could build a fire, though the dry leaves and fallen branches would make it difficult without matches. I spent some time trying to organize my thoughts, listening carefully to the sounds around me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart jump. Somewhere in the darkness, I thought I heard a low growl. Could have been a coyote or a fox or even a bear. The reality of being utterly exposed in the wilderness hit me like a punch to the stomach. I knew I had to stay alert, conserve my energy, and avoid panicking. I forced myself to stay awake, sitting huddled against the tree, occasionally taking sips of water. Hours passed in what felt like minutes, and dawn eventually arrived. Morning did little to ease my fear. The forest had an almost oppressive quiet, broken only by the occasional bird or distant sound of water. I examined my surroundings, trying to retrace steps and find some familiar landmark. I considered staying put, but the thought of waiting indefinitely for someone to find me seemed foolish. I had to move. Slowly, carefully, I navigated the undergrowth, moving toward where I believed the lake might be. Hunger gnawed at me, and my muscles ached. I slipped and fell more than once, cutting myself on rocks and branches. My flashlight had only a dim beam, but I didn't need it yet. Every step forward was measured, deliberate, as I forced myself to pay attention to subtle cues: the slope of the land, the direction of the wind, the faint murmur of water. By mid-morning, I stumbled into a familiar-looking section of trail. Relief washed over me, but I forced myself to stay alert. I recognized a large pine with a split trunk and a series of rocks that I had passed on the first day. I knew I was close to the cabin, though it might take hours of careful walking to reach it. Exhaustion made every step heavier, but the thought of reaching the cabin kept me moving. As I emerged from the forest's thick edge, I finally spotted the cabin in the distance, smoke curling faintly from the chimney. I ran, stumbling and catching myself on tree roots until I reached the porch. I collapsed against the door, heart pounding, sweat soaking my clothes. I was safe. I had made it back. The next days were cautious. I stayed within the immediate area of the cabin, only exploring nearby trails during daylight hours and always leaving markers or notes for myself. I built a more secure perimeter, stacking wood around the cabin and making sure I had extra firewood ready. I set up small traps for food, just in case, and ration supplies carefully. I also kept a log of my experiences, noting the forest sounds, the animal tracks, and even my own mistakes that had led me to get lost. Slowly, I regained a sense of control. The fear didn't disappear entirely, but it became manageable because I respected the environment rather than trying to conquer it. When I finally returned to the city, I felt a strange combination of relief and sadness. The forest had shown me the fragility of my assumptions, the danger of overconfidence, and the importance of preparation. But it had also given me clarity, patience, and respect for life in its rawest forms. I had been looking forward to the weekend for months. Life had become a constant stream of noise, deadlines, and obligations, and the thought of escaping to a small, secluded cabin deep in the forest was the only thing keeping me sane. I had booked a tiny cabin through a rental service, somewhere in a forested area several hours away from the nearest town. The pictures online had shown a simple wooden cabin, surrounded by tall pine trees, with a small creek nearby. It looked peaceful, the perfect place to escape, think, and just breathe. I packed my car carefully. A large backpack with extra clothes, a sleeping bag, a few cans of food, bottled water, a small stove, a first aid kit, and my flashlight. I had even packed a couple of books, thinking I could sit outside by the creek and read. The drive was long and quiet, the roads narrowing as I went deeper into the forest. I passed occasional small houses, but soon there were none, just miles of trees and the occasional curve in the road. The sun was low in the sky by the time I turned off the main road onto a dirt path that led into the woods. The path was narrow, overgrown in some places, and the car bounced over rocks and small potholes. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, and a sense of isolation began to sink in, though I tried to tell myself it was part of the appeal. Finally, I reached the cabin. It was smaller than I had imagined, but in a way that made it feel more real, more intimate. The cabin had wooden siding, a small porch, and a metal roof that gleamed faintly under the fading sunlight. The forest surrounded it completely, and the creek I had seen in the pictures ran a few meters behind it. I got out of the car, stretched, and felt the crisp forest air fill my lungs. It was quiet, the kind of silence that seems thick enough to touch, broken only by the soft rush of the creek and the occasional bird calling far above. I set my bag inside and went to explore the cabin. The interior was simple. There was a small kitchen area with a sink and a stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a lofted bed that could just barely fit a single person comfortably. The floor was wooden and creaked slightly under my weight, but it had been cleaned recently. There was a wood stove in the corner and a stack of firewood next to it. I ran my hands along the wooden walls, feeling the grain, and it gave me a strange, comforting sense of connection to the place. I unpacked some food, set up my sleeping area, and lit a small fire to warm the cabin as the evening grew darker. As night fell, the isolation of the cabin began to sink in more fully. It was dark outside, darker than I was used to. The forest seemed to close in around the cabin, and every little sound became amplified. A branch cracking in the distance made me start. The wind through the trees sounded like a low, persistent moan, and the creek became louder as I listened. I told myself it was normal, that I was just adjusting to the silence, but a small knot of unease began to grow in my stomach. I tried to distract myself by reading, but even the words on the page felt distant. My eyes kept flicking to the window, as though expecting to see someone standing just outside. I reminded myself that there was no one out there, that the cabin was isolated for a reason, and that no one would have any reason to be nearby. Still, I felt the eyes of the forest on me, in a way that didn't make sense but that I couldn't ignore. I finished my book, cleaned up my small dinner, and went to bed, trying to push the creeping tension aside. Sleep was uneasy. The cabin seemed to groan as the wind picked up outside, and the shadows cast by the firelight on the walls seemed to shift and move. I woke several times, each time convinced I had heard someone moving outside. At one point, I thought I heard a faint footstep on the porch. My heart jumped, and I held my breath, straining to hear over the pounding of my pulse. Nothing came, and eventually, exhaustion dragged me back to sleep. The next morning, I woke early. The sun had barely risen, and a faint mist hovered above the creek. I felt a little foolish for the unease of the previous night. The forest was peaceful, beautiful even, with sunlight filtering through the tall pine trees, illuminating small patches of moss and fallen leaves. I ate a quick breakfast, washed up, and decided to explore the surrounding area. The forest was dense, and I moved carefully over roots and rocks. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, a distant bird call, the snap of a twig, made me pause. I tried to remain rational, reminding myself that I was in the wilderness, and these were natural sounds, nothing more. Still, a small, persistent fear followed me, the sense that I was being watched, even though I could see nothing. As I walked further, I discovered a small trail that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. I followed it, enjoying the quiet and the way the sunlight created patterns on the forest floor. After a while, I realized I had walked further than I intended. The trees were denser here, and the path less clear. I thought about turning back but was curious, so I continued. Hours passed. The trail became harder to follow. In some places, it disappeared completely, leaving me to navigate through thick undergrowth. My backpack felt heavier with each step, my legs growing tired and sore. By mid-afternoon, I realized I had lost all sense of direction. The landmarks I had used to navigate were gone, and I had no idea which way led back to the cabin. A surge of panic rose in my chest, and I stopped to breathe, trying to calm myself. I tried to retrace my steps, but everything looked the same. The trees, the moss-covered rocks, the fallen branches, they all blended together. I shouted, hoping for an echo or a response, but my voice seemed swallowed by the forest. The sun was beginning to lower in the sky, and the forest darkened around me. I knew I needed to find shelter before night fell completely. I stumbled upon a small clearing and decided to stay there for a while, catching my breath and trying to figure out my next move. I took out my phone, hoping for a signal, but there was none. No bars, no calls, nothing. The realization hit me. I was completely alone, without any way to contact the outside world. The panic returned, stronger this time, and I forced myself to sit down and think logically. I remembered the creek near the cabin. Water could be a guide, and it was possible that following it would lead me back to familiar territory. I adjusted my backpack and started moving toward the sound of running water. The forest seemed to close in around me, the undergrowth thick, the trees towering overhead. Every step was exhausting, my feet slipping on mossy rocks, branches scratching my arms and face. As evening approached, the forest grew darker and colder. I kept moving, following the sound of the creek, but the terrain became rougher. At one point, I slipped on a wet rock and twisted my ankle. Pain shot through my leg, and I had to rest, my heart pounding from a mix of fear and exhaustion. I wrapped my ankle as best I could with a piece of cloth from my backpack and continued slowly, limping along. Night fell fully while I was still in the forest. I could hear the creek clearly now, but the darkness made it difficult to see. I felt my way along trees, using them for support, and the shadows played tricks on my eyes. I kept telling myself to stay calm, that panicking would only make things worse. I focused on the sound of the creek, letting it guide me. Hours passed. I was cold, exhausted, and my ankle throbbed with pain, but eventually, I saw a faint light ahead. Relief flooded me. As I got closer, I realized it was the cabin. The windows glowed faintly from the embers of the fire I had left burning. I stumbled onto the porch, collapsed against the door, and took deep breaths, feeling a sense of safety I hadn't felt in hours. I entered the cabin and tended to my ankle properly, setting up the fire again to warm the room. I ate the last of my food, drank water, and settled in for the night, every muscle in my body aching. The fear and tension of the day gradually faded, replaced by exhaustion and relief. I stayed awake for a while, listening to the creak and the wind in the trees, appreciating the peace of being safe inside the cabin after such a harrowing experience. The next morning, I woke early, still sore but much calmer. I spent time walking around the cabin area, enjoying the forest in the daylight, noting familiar landmarks to avoid getting lost again. I packed carefully when it was time to leave, keeping my path clear and ensuring I had a reliable sense of direction. The drive back to civilization felt longer than the drive out, but each mile brought a comforting sense of normalcy. By the time I reached my home, I felt a mixture of exhaustion, relief, and gratitude. The forest had been beautiful, but it had also reminded me of how fragile safety can feel in isolation. I had survived, and I had a story to remember. Not a story of ghosts or legends, but a story of real fear, real danger, and the power of staying calm and thinking clearly in a crisis. The experience left me wary of overconfidence in nature, but it also gave me a renewed appreciation for I had been planning this trip for months, and I was certain that I was fully prepared. The cabin I rented was deep in the forest, far from any main road, with no cell signal and a reputation for isolation. I thought that the solitude would be peaceful, a break from the constant noise of the city, the emails, the people, the endless chatter in my head. What I didn't know was that isolation could be heavy, suffocating, and sometimes dangerous. I arrived in the late afternoon, carrying a large backpack loaded with supplies. The dirt road to the cabin was narrow and rutted, and at some points, I had to push the car through mud and over fallen branches. The forest was dense on either side, towering pine and fir trees, their roots lifting and cracking the ground. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and pine needles. I remember thinking that the smell was comforting at first, like the forest was welcoming me, but that feeling didn't last. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked smaller than the pictures online, but sturdy. It was made entirely of wood, with dark stains on the beams from age and weather. A stone chimney jutted out from the roof. There was a small porch with 2 steps leading up to it, and the door creaked loudly when I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small kitchen with a gas stove, a wooden table and chairs, a couch with worn cushions, and a wood-burning stove. There were 2 bedrooms with beds, and a small bathroom with a shower. Everything smelled faintly of damp wood and dust. I set my things down and started unpacking. I had brought enough food for a week, water, a first aid kit, extra blankets, batteries, a flashlight, and a small camping stove in case the gas didn't work. I lit the wood stove, and it crackled to life, filling the cabin with warmth and a small, comforting smoke. I felt safe, though part of me was aware of the isolation. Being so far from anyone was exciting, but it was also unsettling. There was something about the silence outside that felt complete, like the forest had swallowed everything whole. The first night passed without incident. I ate a simple dinner, sat by the fire reading a book, and eventually went to bed. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, and sometimes I thought I heard the snap of a branch or a rustle of leaves. I tried to ignore it. In the morning, I woke to the sound of birds, though they seemed quieter than usual. I had planned to spend the day hiking on a trail that started not far from the cabin, so I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, and my map. The trail was beautiful at first. The path wound through dense trees, over moss-covered rocks, past small streams. I could hear water trickling somewhere nearby, though the trail itself stayed dry. After a while, the path narrowed, and the trees grew closer together. The sunlight barely reached the ground. I stopped several times to look around, noting the forest's strange quiet. Usually, even in remote areas, There were some signs of life: birds, insects, small animals, but here it was almost completely silent. A part of me felt that I should turn back, but I pushed forward, telling myself it was just the remoteness. It was mid-afternoon when I reached a small clearing with a creek. I sat down on a rock and drank some water. The sound of the creek was almost soothing, but then I noticed something strange. On the other side of the creek, there were broken branches and disturbed earth, like something large had walked through recently. At first, I thought it might be deer, but then I realized the prints were too big and too heavy. My stomach tightened. I considered going back, but I convinced myself it was probably a bear or some other wild animal that had passed hours ago. I finished my water, packed up, and started to retrace my steps. That's when I first realized I was being followed. At first, it was subtle. Twigs snapping behind me, the occasional rustle in the bushes. Every time I paused and turned, there was nothing. I tried to rationalize it, wild animals maybe, but the sounds were too deliberate, too regular. They followed my every step. I kept moving, my pace quickening. The trail was longer than I remembered, and it seemed to twist back on itself in ways that made it hard to keep track of where I had been. By late afternoon, I was tense, constantly scanning the trees. I considered calling for help, but there was no cell service. The forest seemed to close in around me. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and every time the wind shifted, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. My heart was pounding, and I realized I hadn't brought a whistle or anything to make noise. I regretted that oversight immediately. Eventually, I made it back to the cabin as the sun was setting. I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it, then immediately barricaded it with a chair. I didn't hear anything outside for a while, just the wind through the trees, the distant sound of the creek. I told myself I was overreacting. Bears weren't smart enough to stalk a person through the woods deliberately. Probably. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I kept imagining sounds outside: scratching, rustling, and occasional heavy thumps. I stayed awake most of the night, listening. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow pass the window, but it could have been my imagination. Dawn felt like a relief. I had survived the night, but I knew the next day would be harder. The following day, I decided to stay close to the cabin. I spent hours reinforcing the doors and windows, stacking firewood near the stove, and setting up a basic alarm system with empty cans and string around the perimeter. I felt ridiculous, but I also felt safer. I stocked the kitchen with more water and food near the door, in case I had to leave quickly. The forest was still quiet, but I kept seeing signs of something large moving through the trees. Broken branches, deep footprints in the soft mud near the cabin, flattened patches of grass. By the third day, I realized I was being watched, not just by animals. Something had been circling the cabin at night. I would wake to see footprints pressed into the mud around the cabin, in a deliberate path, not random wandering. There were small signs too: twigs bent, leaves disturbed, impressions of a large handprint on the outside of the cabin door. Whoever or whatever it was had learned I was inside. Fear settled in my chest, heavy and cold. I had to leave. I couldn't stay another night knowing someone, or something, was out there, studying me. I packed my essentials quickly: food, water, first aid kit, flashlight, matches, and my backpack. I checked the car, which was parked in a small clearing a short walk from the cabin. It was exactly as I had left it, which was both a relief and frightening. If someone had been watching me for days, why hadn't they touched the car? As I started walking toward the car, I noticed movement in the trees. A figure, tall, human-shaped, but moving slowly and deliberately. I ducked behind a tree, my heart hammering, and waited. The figure didn't move quickly. It just observed. I counted my breaths, trying to stay calm. After what felt like an eternity, it turned and walked deeper into the forest, disappearing. I didn't wait to see if it returned. I ran to the car, opened the door, and started the engine. My hands shook so badly that I almost couldn't hold the wheel. I drove carefully, watching the sides of the road, listening for any sound. The forest was silent as I left, but I felt eyes on me the entire time. By the time I reached the main road, an hour later, Relief and exhaustion washed over me. I was safe for now. I reported the incident to the local authorities, who said it could have been a trespasser or someone familiar with the area. They warned me that forest cabins are sometimes targeted because they are isolated and unmonitored. It wasn't a story I wanted to hear, but it explained everything. The cabin, the following, the deliberate disturbances, they had been human, not supernatural. The realization was chilling in its own way. I learned a lot from that experience. I learned how isolation can make the mind race and how danger can lurk quietly, even in places that seem safe. I realized the importance of preparation, not just with supplies, but with safety measures, awareness, and planning for the unexpected. I never went back to that cabin. I haven't camped or stayed in an isolated cabin alone since. And when I tell people about the experience, I don't embellish. I describe the fear, the meticulous attention I had to pay to every sound, every shadow, because it was real, and it could have ended badly if I hadn't stayed alert, stayed calm, and acted quickly. The cabin still exists, deep in the forest, quiet, dark, and isolated. But now, whenever I think about it, I see not the beauty, but the danger. I see the footprints in the mud, the figure in the trees, the snapping of twigs behind me. I see the forest closing in and the overwhelming stillness that can make a person question their own senses. And I remember the feeling of finally driving away, leaving it all behind, and realizing I was alive because I had been careful, alert, and willing to act. I remember the trip clearly, even though it happened years ago. It was supposed to be a simple escape from the city, a chance to disconnect from the constant noise of traffic, work, and people. I had found a small cabin listed online, secluded in the woods near a national forest. The pictures made it seem perfect. A modest log cabin, a small creek nearby, a dirt path leading to a clearing, and no neighbors close enough to hear a sound. I had booked it for a week, imagining long walks, sitting by the fire, reading, and maybe fishing in the creek. I packed lightly, mostly food, some books, my camera, a first aid kit, and a couple of flashlights with extra batteries. The drive out of the city was long, the roads narrowing as the pavement gave way to dirt, twisting between dense trees. By the time I arrived, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows over the forest, turning the greens and browns into dark, soft shapes. The cabin looked just like the pictures, small but sturdy, with a single wooden door and a sloped roof that had a thin layer of moss along the edges. A small porch wrapped around one side, and I could see a stack of firewood neatly piled against the outer wall. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, clean and sharp. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, feeling a strange mix of relief and unease. Inside, it was simple. A small living area with a wood stove, a couple of chairs, a worn rug, and a table with a few drawers. There was a tiny kitchen area, a small bathroom, and one bedroom with a single bed. The cabin had a faint smell of wood smoke, probably from the last visitor, and a bit of dampness in the corners where the walls met the floor. I unpacked slowly, putting away the food in the small fridge and arranging my things. I made a fire in the stove and sat in one of the chairs, watching the flames dance and listening to the creaks of the cabin settling as the night came in. Outside, the forest was quiet. I could hear the occasional rustle of leaves, maybe a squirrel or a bird, and the creek gurgling softly. The quiet was comforting at first, but after a while it became heavy, almost pressing. The shadows seemed to move with the trees, stretching across the walls as the moonlight touched the cabin through the small windows. The first night passed without incident, though I woke several times to strange noises. A branch snapping somewhere outside, a low thud that could have been a falling pine cone or just the wind. I told myself it was normal, that the forest had its own rhythm and that I was just not used to it. The second day, I explored a bit, following the dirt trail that led away from the cabin. The trees were thick, their roots tangled over the path, and the ground was uneven, covered with fallen leaves and pine needles. I found a small clearing with a perfect view of the creek, and I spent hours just sitting on a rock, watching the water flow over smooth stones. It was peaceful, almost meditative. But as the afternoon turned to evening, I noticed something strange. I thought I heard someone walking behind me in the woods, just out of sight. I froze and listened, but the sound stopped. I told myself it was my imagination. The forest was full of sounds, and I was alone, so my mind was probably playing tricks. I walked back to the cabin, trying to stay calm, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I locked the door behind me and sat by the stove again, forcing myself to relax. I tried reading, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows, half expecting to see a figure moving among the trees. On the third day, I decided to gather some firewood for the next few nights. The stack outside was enough for now, but I wanted to be sure I would have more if I stayed longer. I grabbed an axe from the small shed next to the cabin and walked deeper into the woods, looking for fallen branches. The forest was thick, and I had to push aside small trees and branches to get through. As I chopped a particularly stubborn log, I thought I heard the sound of a branch breaking behind me again. I turned quickly, heart pounding, but there was nothing. I started to feel a little anxious, noticing how quiet the forest had become, almost unnaturally so. The birds had stopped chirping, and even the creek seemed softer somehow, the water muffled by the thickening trees. I returned to the cabin with my arms full of wood, trying to shake off the unease. That night, I barely slept. Every small noise, branches scraping the walls, the wind rattling the windows, even the faint creak of the cabin floor, made me sit up, heart hammering. I kept thinking I saw shadows moving outside, just at the edge of my vision, always gone when I looked directly. I tried to reason with myself, telling myself it was just my mind adjusting to the isolation, that the forest had natural sounds that could be misleading, that it was all in my head. By the fourth day, I was on edge. The feeling of being watched had grown stronger. When I went outside, I would constantly scan the trees, certain I saw movement that wasn't there. I started checking the windows more often, even during the day. I would lock the door multiple times, even though I was the only one for miles. The forest, which had felt peaceful, now seemed oppressive. Every rustle of leaves or crack of a twig made me jump. I began to notice small things that unsettled me. Footprints near the creek that didn't match mine, the slight movement of branches as if someone had brushed past them, the occasional snap that came too close to the cabin for comfort. The turning point came on the fifth day. I had gone to the creek early in the morning, hoping to fish and distract myself. The sun was low, and the water sparkled in the light. As I set up my small fishing rod, I saw something that made my stomach drop. Footprints in the soft mud along the creek bank, leading from the forest to the water, and they were fresh. Not animal prints, human. I froze, staring at them, trying to convince myself it was a mistake. Maybe another visitor who had come and gone. But the prints were clear, deep, and unmistakable. My heart raced, and I felt a cold sweat break out. I looked toward the trees, expecting someone to appear, but there was no one. The forest was eerily quiet, like it was holding its breath. I went back to the cabin quickly, trying to act normal, but I knew something wasn't right. I double-checked the locks, even setting the firewood against the door as an extra barricade. I sat with my back against the wall, staring at the windows, listening. The rest of the day passed in a haze of anxiety. Every small sound made me tense. When the sun went down, the shadows deepened, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was moving around outside, just out of sight. That night was the worst. Around midnight, I heard it. A deliberate, slow footstep on the porch. I froze, heart hammering, unable to breathe. Then another, closer. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They were pacing, circling the cabin. My mind raced through possibilities. Someone lost? Someone dangerous? I grabbed the flashlight and the small pocket knife I always carried for emergencies. I turned it on and pointed it toward the door. The beam of light hit nothing, just the porch boards and the stack of firewood. But I knew they were out there. I could hear the faint scrape of movement, almost like they were testing the locks or peeking inside. I stayed still, trying to make myself calm, thinking about what I could do. Calling the police wasn't an option. I had no cell signal. I was alone, isolated, and whoever it was knew it. I spent hours sitting in the corner, flashlight in hand, watching. The footsteps came and went, circling, testing, moving with purpose. I barely slept, dozing in fits of minutes at a time, waking to a new sound each time. By morning, I was exhausted, my mind fraying at the edges. I decided I couldn't wait it out. I needed to leave. I packed as quickly as possible, grabbing the essentials and keeping the flashlight and knife in my hands. I moved cautiously, listening for any movement outside. The forest was quiet now, but I didn't trust it. I opened the door slowly and stepped outside, scanning the area. No one. I started down the dirt path that led back to the main road, moving quickly but carefully. Every step felt loud, every rustle of leaves like a warning. It took hours to reach the road. My legs ached, my heart still racing. When I finally saw a car approaching in the distance, I ran, waving my arms, desperate for someone to see me. The driver stopped, and I ran to the car, collapsing against it, shaking, trying to catch my breath. I explained as best as I could, though the words tumbled out in panic. They called the police. I stayed in the car until they arrived, finally feeling a small measure of safety. The cabin was checked afterward. There was no sign of anyone having broken in, no one hiding in the woods, and yet the footprints and the noises had been real. I never stayed in a cabin alone again. That experience taught me the weight of isolation, how quickly it can make you vulnerable, how the forest, which seems peaceful in the pictures, can feel menacing when you are truly alone. I never went back, never tried to find the cabin again, and I still think about those nights sometimes. It started with a sense of isolation I hadn't felt in years. I had decided to take a week off work, escape the city noise, and spend some time alone in a cabin I had rented deep in the woods. The cabin was remote, perched on the edge of a small clearing surrounded by dense pine trees. From the description online, it was rustic but comfortable. A small wood structure with a slanted roof, a stone chimney, a porch that faced a shallow, foggy lake. I had imagined myself spending the days hiking nearby trails, reading old books by the fireplace, and cooking simple meals in the tiny kitchen. That had been the plan. I arrived in the late afternoon, parking my car on a narrow dirt road that ended at the cabin. The last stretch had been rough. Rocks and tree roots jutted out of the ground, and the road was barely wide enough for one car. The forest around me was thick and silent. There were no signs of human presence. No houses, no other cabins, no trails other than the faint track I had followed. It felt like stepping into a place untouched for decades. The cabin itself was even more isolated than I had imagined. It had an air of permanence, like it had survived countless storms, winters, and years of neglect. The wood walls were weathered and dark, and the windows were streaked with dust and condensation. I unlocked the door, which creaked loudly, echoing in the quiet surroundings. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood, dust, and something faintly musty, the sort of smell that told you no one had stayed there for a while. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and I noticed small cracks and gaps along the edges of the walls. The fireplace was empty, but there was a stack of firewood in the corner. A small kitchen sat to one side, a few utensils and old pots arranged in a disorderly way. The bedroom was tiny, with a bed covered in a faded blanket. The windows were large, letting in dim sunlight that filtered through the tall trees. I spent the first few hours unpacking my things, walking around the cabin, and taking note of the surroundings. The forest outside was dense, and the lake beyond the clearing was still and silent. There was no movement, no animals, nothing but the occasional rustle of leaves. I decided to explore the nearby area before it got dark. The trail was narrow and overgrown, covered with pine needles and fallen branches. It wasn't long before I realized that the forest didn't seem to have an end in sight. Every direction looked the same: tall trees, underbrush, and shadows that shifted as the sun moved. I found a small stream a few hundred meters from the cabin. Its water was clear, cold, and moving fast enough to produce a faint gurgling sound. I filled a bottle, drank some water, and watched the sunlight glint off the ripples. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sky had begun to darken. Shadows stretched across the clearing, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. I built a fire in the fireplace, the crackle of the flames filling the room with warmth and sound. I made a simple dinner of canned beans and bread, then settled into a chair near the fire with a book. But even with the fire burning, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I told myself it was just my imagination, the natural anxiety that comes from being somewhere unfamiliar and isolated. The woods were dark now, and the shadows from the fire danced along the walls, stretching and shrinking like living things. I went to bed early, hoping that sleep would settle my nerves. The first night passed without incident, though I woke several times to strange noises outside. At first, it was just the wind rustling the trees, branches tapping against the cabin walls. But then there were other sounds, softer and more deliberate. A low, scraping noise came from the edge of the clearing, as if someone, or something, was moving through the underbrush. I lay still, listening, telling myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. When I got up to look through the window, I saw nothing but darkness. The feeling of being watched lingered, making my skin crawl. The following day, I decided to hike further into the woods. I brought my backpack with water, snacks, a flashlight, and a small first aid kit. I didn't take a phone signal seriously because there was none, not even a hint of service. The trail became narrower and harder to follow, with fallen trees and thick underbrush forcing me to navigate carefully. I noticed animal tracks in the soft soil, deer, squirrels, and birds, but nothing that seemed dangerous. The air was cool and damp, carrying the smell of pine needles and wet earth. Sunlight broke through the canopy in patches, illuminating the moss and small ferns that grew along the path. I walked for hours, losing track of distance. The forest seemed endless, a maze of trees and shadows that all looked the same. At one point, I realized I had wandered too far and didn't recognize the trail back. My sense of direction failed me completely. Panic began to rise, a tightness in my chest and stomach. I tried to retrace my steps, but every turn looked familiar, yet slightly different. I felt like I was moving in circles. The shadows seemed to thicken, the underbrush closing in around me. I heard a snapping noise behind me, something large moving through the trees. My heart rate spiked. I paused, listening, straining to hear over my own breathing. There was silence for a moment, then the sound again, closer this time. It wasn't the rustle of leaves or branches falling. It was deliberate, heavy footsteps. I started walking faster, my shoes slipping on wet leaves and mud. The footsteps mirrored mine, always a few seconds behind. I didn't look back. I just moved, desperate to find any sign of the main trail. Eventually, I stumbled into a small clearing. The sunlight was dim, but I could see familiar landmarks. The old stump, the fallen log, the stream I had discovered earlier. Relief washed over me. I followed the stream back toward the cabin, moving as fast as I could without falling. The footsteps stopped. I didn't hear anything else until I reached the cabin itself, panting, soaked in sweat and mud. The door was just as I had left it, no signs of intrusion. I locked it behind me, leaned against the wall, and tried to calm down. Over the next few days, I stayed closer to the cabin. I chopped wood, cleaned the fireplace, explored only the immediate surroundings, and kept a constant watch. I began noticing subtle signs that unsettled me. Footprints in the mud that didn't belong to me, broken twigs near the edge of the clearing, the faint scent of something unfamiliar on the wind. I reminded myself that wild animals could make tracks and noises, but the feeling of being watched persisted. At night, I kept the fire burning as long as possible. I slept lightly, waking at every sound outside. One morning, I found something that made my heart stop. On the porch, there was a small pile of stones arranged in a rough circle. I hadn't placed them there. I searched the area, looking for any sign of a human presence, but saw none. There were no footprints leading to the cabin, no marks in the dirt. It made no sense. My mind raced through possibilities, hunters, other hikers, pranksters, but the cabin was so isolated that human presence seemed impossible. The realization that someone might have been watching me filled me with dread. From that moment on, I took every precaution. I kept a knife within reach, made a list of potential escape routes, and double-checked every door and window. I spent my days observing the clearing, noting any movement, any sound. Sometimes I would hear distant voices or the crack of a branch, but when I looked, I saw nothing. The isolation, once comforting, became oppressive. I began to understand how quickly solitude could turn into fear when the unknown is around you. On the fourth night, the air felt different. The wind picked up, rustling the trees with unusual intensity. Shadows stretched across the clearing, elongated and distorted by the flickering firelight. I heard the footsteps again, soft at first, then deliberate and heavy, moving around the cabin. My heart thumped violently. I stayed low, holding the knife, trying not to make any sound. The noise circled the cabin several times, close enough that I could hear the crunch of leaves beneath boots. Then it stopped. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. I waited for what felt like hours, unable to sleep, unable to move. By dawn, I realized that staying in the cabin was no longer safe. I packed what I could carry, leaving behind anything that wasn't essential. I had studied the map before coming here, memorized the only route back to the main road. The forest, which had seemed endless before, now appeared navigable with a combination of caution and urgency. I waited until the first rays of sunlight broke through the canopy and started moving. Every step was measured, slow, and quiet. I avoided the areas where I had seen tracks before, keeping to the stream and recognizable landmarks. The journey back was exhausting. The dirt road I had driven on was narrow, overgrown, and treacherous, but eventually, I reached it. The trees